Hello everyone, welcome to a class of Canva for social media tutorial for learning designing skills for your social media platform. So if you're planning to learn Canva to an advanced level, then you are in the right place because we'll cover the advanced projects here. There is an advanced level class, so if you have no previous experience, then you can get some basic knowledge about Canva first. Let's take a look what you learned from this class. Create an Instagram post in Canva, creating an Instagram reel, and after that, creating an Instagram reel cover, make an Instagram story, creating an animated Instagram post, and after that, we'll also learn about how to create a profile picture for your Facebook, how to create a cover picture for your Facebook account, creating a Facebook event cover in Canva, making an animated Facebook story, making a Facebook post, making a Facebook video, creating Facebook shop logo. And after that, we'll also learn about how you can create a TikTok video in Canva and also creating a YouTube banner and how you can actually create a YouTube thumbnail. And lastly, I'll be showing you guys how you will be able to make a YouTube short. Okay, so after completing this class, from here, you will be able to create graphics, design tools in Canva, branding, and also you'll learn about templates and layouts, exporting and sharing, and also about animation and effects. This is a project-based class, so during learning, you will have the class projects. So what you learn, you will be able to participate in class project, so you can do practice while you're learning. You'll have supporting resources in this class, so it will be easier for you to learn. During learning, if you face any issues or if you have any questions, then feel free to ask me. I'm always there for you to help you. So let's start learning Canva for social media designing together. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to the first chapter of the Canva for social media tutorial. Okay, so this is our chapter number 1, and here we'll be learning how you will be able to create an Instagram post in Canva. Okay, so for me, I will be making one kind of post regarding a coffee shop. Okay, so I'll be telling you guys how to do that. You guys can do it in any theme basically. Okay, so I chose it for a coffee shop. You guys can basically get those elements out, explore those elements, explore the shapes and also the frames and the grids. Okay, I'll be showing you few of it over here while explaining you guys about how to create an Instagram post over here. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Canva. So the first thing what I'm going to do right over here is I am going to take an Instagram post size. Okay, so if you're not familiar with this particular interface, okay, so here you do have your account details and this is basically the home page. So in the home page, if you see right over here, okay, here I do have a lot of presets which I can basically use. Okay, totally depends on your usage. Only if you want to work on with the videos, you come here and go for the videos, and there are different video presets as well. Suppose if it's a normal video or if it's for a mobile video, here you do have for Facebook video, Instagram reel, TikTok video, and so on. Okay, suppose the same way if you want to create a website. Okay, so here you guys can see there are different presets for educational website, or if that's a business website, or if it's a portfolio website, they do have different sizes or different presets right over here. Okay, so the sizes in most of it are basically the same, but it doesn't go the same ways with videos. Okay, so the websites are basically of the same sizes, but the thing over here is, suppose if I just click onto the educational website, it will directly give me different templates and also different styles regarding the tools which we use in an educational website. Okay, the same way if I go here onto the presentation, here you guys can see I do have a lot of sizes. Here you guys can see the ratio of this presentation is 16 by 9. Okay, and the pixels is 1920 into 1080 pixels, and here this one is for the presentation in a mobile phone. Okay, so it's just total the opposite. It's 1080 into 1920. Okay, so this one is a vertical video. So the thing what we are going to do right over here is I will just come here and I will just go on to this particular site and just click here onto the social media option. And here under the social media option, here you guys can see I do have a lot of option right over here only. And suppose I want to particularly only work with the Instagram post. So here the size over here is 1080 into 1080 pixels. So I can just come here onto the Instagram post option, and here onto the Instagram post option, you guys can see now I do have the size over here is 1080 into 1080 pixels, and I can click right over here and it will just create me a blank document here on my page. Okay, so as you guys can see, this is the place where we will be working. We'll be making all our projects. Okay, so here we'll be putting onto our images all the designs. We'll be exploring from the elements option. If you do have elements which you want to download and upload it here in the Canva which you want to use, you guys can come here, go to the uploads option, and from here basically you will be able to upload those files. Okay, so for me, for my work, I do have few of the images which I have downloaded from a website called the Pixels. Okay, so from Pixels, I do have downloaded few of it. But what I'll do is I'll come here and I do have all those files in my resource file. Okay, so this is the Canva resource file. Okay, so here you guys can see I'll be taking on this image and I'll click on control, and using control I'll select all of these four images all together. And what I'll do is I will just click onto the open option. Okay, so here once I have clicked onto the open option, here you guys can see now this images over here is getting downloaded. Okay, so here you guys can see this one is getting downloaded. And now if I want to put this particular image right here onto my screen, what I can do is I can just give this one a click right over here. And now I want to remove the background of this particular image. What I only want out of this image is this coffee beans, which I do have over here. And I'll just design the sides using this coffee bean over here. Okay, so in that case, now I will come here, click this particular photo, go to the edit photo option, and under the Magic Studio, I will go and use the BG remover. Okay, so here you guys can see they're just analyzing this particular image and trying to do the best to remove the background. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have this particular background right over here. If I want to increase the size, I will be able to increase the size from here quite like this, and I'll just place it right over here accordingly. So let me just decrease the size. Okay, so this one quite looks like this. And the next thing, I am done with the top part. Okay, so the next thing what I'm going to do is I will come here and I will be taking on these images and will be putting on here on my frame. Okay, so for that, to put up images in a particular place or into a particular shape, okay, I need to go on to the elements option from here. Okay, and from the elements option, what I can do is I can just drag and go down. Okay, and once I go down here, you guys can see I do have an option called frames. Okay, so I can go here onto the frames option and I'll click onto these basic shapes. Okay, so I will just click here on see all option, and here you guys can see now I do have a lot of frame sizes and lot of types right over here from which I will be able to choose my frames. Okay, so here as you guys can see I do have a lot of it right over here. I will take this only circle, and what I'm going to do is I am going to increase the size right over here. Okay, so I will just increase the size quite like this. And what I'm going to do is I am going to go again to the uploads option. And now to put up this image, basically I will come here, drag and drop it over here. Okay, and if you want to change the positioning of the image, and if you want to decrease the size of the image from here, you guys will be able to do it quite like this. So let me just place it right over here in the center. Okay, so I will just place it right here in the center. And now what I'm going to do is I am going to place it quite like this. Okay, otherwise, let me just come here. Let me just place it quite here on this particular side. So let's just place it quite over here. Click enter. And what you can do is you can just place it quite like this. Okay, so just place it accordingly right over here. And now I will be able to give the information about the cafe. Okay, so if you just want to move it here on top, you will be able to move it here on top as well. And here, if you want to give up any lines, okay, so for that, you just need to go to the border style. And from the border style, here you will be able to increase the border weight. Okay, and from here, just click onto this border color option, and from the border color option you guys will be able to choose different colors. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have a lot of colors from here. Just check which color looks good and you guys will be able to use that particular color here accordingly. Okay, so here once I am done with this particular part, okay, so the next thing what I'm going to do is I will just try to place it properly. And once I am done placing it, I will just keep this one on top a little bit. And now the next thing what I'll do is I am going to write down the text. Okay, so come here and go to the text option, and here under the text option you guys can see I already do have a lot of presets right over here. Okay, so if you want to use these particular presets, you guys will be able to use these particular presets here as well. Okay, so let's come here, and if I just want to change the colors, okay, suppose I will just ungroup this first and select this one and delete it. And what I'm going to do is I will just select all of it. And from here, let's take a dark color. Okay, so let's go on with a dark color. So let's take this color. And what I'm going to do is I am going to write out the name. Okay, so I will just write espresso emporium. Okay, so I will just write espresso emporium. And what I'll do is I will come here, and now I will just duplicate this layer by clicking on Alt. Okay, so now again I will come here and I will just write Emporium right over here. And what I'm going to do is I will come here. If I do want to make it a bit small, I will just make it a bit small. Otherwise, if I do want to increase the size, I will be increasing the size from here as well. Okay, and to this place what I'll do is I will come here and I'll just decrease the size and place it accordingly over here. Okay, so now let's take this one, let's decrease the size of this box and let's place it right underneath this word. Okay, so I will just place it here underneath this particular word which I do have right over here. Okay, and now if I want to add anything, okay, so in that case now what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here, and suppose 20% discount is going on here onto this particular restaurant. Okay, so I will be able to give that one right over here as well. Okay, so now, what I'll do is first I will just give a location. Okay, so for that, I will just go to elements option, and from elements option, I'll just go back again. And now, what I'll search is I will just type location. Okay, so I will just type location and I will just click on enter. And here you guys can see now I do have a lot of these graphics for the location option. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have this location option right over here. So I'll just select this one first. Okay, and I will just decrease the size right over here, and I will come here, and what I'm going to do is I am going to take my text box. So using my text box, I will just add one text box right over here, come to the font size and just type 40 and click on enter. And now what I'm going to do is I am going to write this text around. Okay, so let me just try 123 Oliver Street. Okay, so I will just write Oliver Street. I will write California. Okay, so I will just write California, and I will just keep this one quite like this. And if I want to decrease the size, okay, I will be able to decrease the size from here as well. Let me just place it properly, and let's just select this particular text. If I want to increase the size, I will just increase the size from here. And if I do want to decrease it, I will decrease it quite like this as well. Okay, so now let's just decrease the size over here, and let's just place it. Okay, and after that, what I'm going to do is I am going to place this one quite like this right over here, and I'll just try to keep the alignment. Okay, so I will just come here and let's just decrease the size, and now I will just place it here accordingly. Okay, so I just need to make sure that I keep this one accordingly right over here. And now I will select this one, and what I'll do is I will select both of these together using shift, and I will just try to align it. Okay, so if you want to align it here in the middle, so here now you guys can see this one is here aligned in the middle, and I will just go back. So once I have aligned it here in the middle, what I can also do is I can just align it here on top, and here I do have the location. And after that, what I'll do is I will go here onto the elements option, and instead of location, now I will just give the phone number. Okay, so now I will come here and I will just give the phone number over here. Okay, so for that, again, what I'll do is I will come here, and now I will just write phone. Okay, so I will just write phone, and here you do have this option, and directly I will go here onto the graphics option. Okay, so here I do have the phone option. I will select the first one, decrease the size, and what I'll do is I will just place this one right over here. Okay, so I will just align it here in the center, and now I will just try to place it accordingly. So I will just keep this one here in the middle, and now I will just type or take a text box. So I will just come here, click on Alt, and I'll just copy this layer right over here. And now the same way, what I'm going to do is I am going to write two phone numbers. Okay, so the first one I will just put plus 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0, and after that I'll click enter, and again I will just type plus 098765432 1. Okay, so I will just put up this particular number right over here. If you want to place it accordingly, you guys will also be able to place it quite well as of here. Okay, so I will just place it quite like this. If you wanna increase the size, okay, you guys will be able to do it from here as well. And lastly, what I'm going to do is I will just come here. Okay, and for that, now I will come to this option, and now I will search for email. Okay, so let me search for email. Okay, and I will just click on enter. So here you guys can see I do have this particular graphics, and I will just decrease this size over here, and I will just place it here accordingly. So let's come to this position, and now I will just decrease the size as well. So let's decrease the size. Let's just place it here in the middle, and just right click, click on Alt, and drag and drop. Okay, so I have just dragged and dropped it over here, and now just enter. So I will just write ee at gmail.com. Okay, so I will just write gmail.com. Okay, and now again, what you can do is you can come here, you can just write abc at gmail.com. Okay, so gmail.com over here. And now here I do have the Gmail as well. Okay, so once you are done with this particular part, now the next thing what you're going to do is you are going to take this same image. Okay, and now just click on Alt. And what I can do is I can just duplicate this layer. And once I have selected this particular layer, I just want to flip it. Okay, so here, once I have flipped this thing down, I will just come down part right over here. And here in this down part, I am just going to place it accordingly. Okay, so here, as you guys can see, now I do have placed it accordingly here as well. And if I do want to decrease the size, I can also decrease the size of this one right over here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have this Instagram post right over here. If you do want to move it, okay, so in that case, let me select this one and this one together and go to the position option. And here I will just position it here in the middle, and I'll just group both of this up. So now I will be able to move these things accordingly. So I will just come here and let's just place it right over here again. Select this one, click on Shift and select this. And now just group it up here as well. And after grouping it, just place it right over here. And now this one as well, click on Shift and select both of this and just align it here in the middle and group both of this thing up here as well. And now just place it here accordingly. Okay, so now I have just placed this thing up. Okay, and here you guys can see this particular page is almost done. And if you want to give any other color, suppose I want to give something in this brown color. Okay, so I will just come here. I will just go to the brown color option. And what I can do is I will go with something quite light. Okay, so I will just go with this light color right over here. And I can just click here onto this particular option. Okay, so here you guys can see now this Instagram post is basically ready. So here now, if I want to add more, okay, more graphics in here, I can add more graphics to it. But before that, let me just come here. Let me select all of this here, all this particular text over here, which I do have. Okay, so just let me select those text around and let's make it bold. Come here, let's take this text and let's make it bold as well. Okay, so I will just make it bold. Let's come here and let's select this up and let's also get these things in bold. Okay, so yeah, the alignment and each and everything looks quite great. And let's take this graphic. And what I can also do is if I want to select this one, and if I want to edit the photo, I will be able to edit the photo from here as well. Okay, so in that case, now again, what I'll do is I will just place it, or I will just first position it accordingly. Okay, so I will just decrease the size of this one from here as well. Let's just position it quite right here. Let's just make it a little bit big. And now what I'm going to do is right click, go to the layer option, and I want to just send it to back. And after that, select the transparency option and just decrease the transparency maybe to 30%. Okay, so I will just put 30% right over here, and this is how it actually looks right now. So that one behind that particular image, it quite looks like a watermark. Okay, so you guys will be able to use it up quite well. And I hope you guys have understood this particular class on how you will be able to make some stunning designs. Okay, so here if you want to add any other box around, okay, so I will just come here, take this particular shape. What I'm going to do is I am going to come here, select this text box, and now I am going to put this text box on top. Okay, so I will just come here and maybe I'll just put this text box here on top a little bit. Okay, so let's come here. Let's select this text box and let's just increase the size of this one quite like this. And right click, go to layer option, okay, and send to back. And now after that, right click if you want to change the color. Okay, you guys can come here, go to the color option and just take up a white color. Okay, so here you have taken a white color. Go to the layer option and just select send to back. Okay, and here also the same way you guys can come here, take this box, otherwise just create a new box, go to shape option, and from the shape option select this box right over here and just decrease or increase the size accordingly. So let me just place this box over here onto this text as well. Okay, and I will just decrease the text box quite like this, and I'll just keep it right over here. And what I can do is I will just select this box, go to the shape option, and now just make it a white color. Okay, so this one looks better. If you want to come here, if you want to decrease the transparency, you will be able to do it from here as well. Okay, so let's come here and let's just keep the transparency to 65. Okay, and this one is looking great. Okay, so now the last thing which you need to do is go to the share option and go to download, and here you guys can see in what format you want to download this one. Okay, so here you do have a PNG, JPEG, a PDF, and SVG format. Okay, so you guys can select this one. So I will just take the PNG and I will just click onto the download option and it will get downloaded accordingly. Okay, so here you guys will be able to do this particular thing right over here. Okay, and you can just save it in your system. Okay, so now once it's done, there will appear a page. Okay, so they're asking me in what name do I want to save this file. So I will just name this one as the Instagram post. So I will just name this as Instagram post over here, and let's go to my resource file. Okay, so I will just go to my resource file over here and I will save it accordingly. So I hope you guys have understood this class on how to make an Instagram post in Canva. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of the Canva for social media tutorial. So now this is the chapter number 2, and here I'll be creating an Instagram reel in this particular application. Okay, so I'll be telling you guys how you'll be able to import different kind of videos into your panel and how you will be able to work on with all of those video over here. Okay, so we'll be learning about all of that in detail here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Canva application. So the first thing over here, what you need to do is, as you're working with any video, I have already told you if you're working with any kind of video. So in that case, you guys can come here onto the video panel. And from here, you guys can see there also I do have a lot of presets. Okay. So from here, I will take the Instagram reel option. And here you guys can see I do have the size of 1080 into 1920 pixels. Okay, so I'll just click it right over here, and basically here you guys can see now I do have a lot of presets here onto my left hand side. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have a lot of presets right over here. Suppose if you want to come here, and if you want to check all of this, okay, you guys can come here and take out this particular frame right over here. If you want to decrease the duration, you guys will be able to decrease the duration over here as well. Okay, so now let me just play this thing up. Okay, so here you guys can see I have just played this thing up over here, and now I can just change the text over here. Okay, so I will come here, I will delete this particular text. And what I can do is I will just go back to the text option. And basically from here, I will be able to take out different text. Okay, so I will just click it right over here. And now what I'm going to do is I am going to ungroup all of this. So select this one, delete this one. Okay, so come here, delete this and this as well. Okay, so now here I will write places to explore. And what I'll do is I will also increase the size of the text box. And here I will click and I will just increase the size of the text box here as well. And now I will just position it quite here in the center. Okay, so here you guys can see I am able to position it quite here in the center. And now the next thing here, let's see how it will actually look. Okay, so this is how it will actually look at the beginning. Okay, and for that, let's come here and let's try to animate this thing up. Okay, so here if you want to animate this thing, if you want it to fade in and come, I will just slow down the speed right over here. And here let's take, if you want it word by word or do you want it character wise. So let's come here and let's play it up. Okay, so here you guys can see. Okay, now I will just keep it quite like this and let's just decrease the speed quite over here. So let's bring it here in the start, and now you guys can see this is how it will appear. And I will just increase the size of this one to 5 seconds. Take this playhead back again and let's just review it over here. And what I'm going to do is I am going to go and find one element. Okay, and now I will just click on travel. I will just type travel in my elements panel, and now I will go to graphics and I will try to check out different graphics from here. Okay, so whatever graphics I want to use, I will be able to use it from here as well. So let's take this one, and what you can do is you can just place it right over here as well. If you want to increase or decrease its size, let's place it quite over here. If you want to change the border, okay, you guys will be able to change the border of this one. And if you want to change the color, you guys will also be able to change the color from here as well. Okay, so there are a lot of colors which you guys can basically choose from. And if you want to edit this particular image, here you guys will be able to edit the particular image over here. Okay, so I will come here, select this one, go to this option, and now let's see how it actually looks. Okay, so I will just place it right over here on enter. And now if I do want to add another, okay, I can just click onto the wiggle option. Okay, so let's come here. Let's just select this particular part. Let's move my playhead here at the beginning only. So I will just click it right over here. And now what I'm going to do is I am going to come here and I'm going to add up a different video. Okay, so in that case, now what I'm going to do is I am going to come over here and I am going to go into my uploads option. Okay, and from the uploads option, I will click onto upload files. Okay, so here under upload files, you guys can see I do have a lot of these videos. So what I'll do is I will just use four videos right from here. Let's take this one, this video, this one, and this one here. Okay. So now I will just open all of these four videos, and now this one is getting uploaded here on my particular application called Canva. Okay. So here that thing is getting downloaded. So for that, again, what I'll do is I will just click on add up another page. Okay. So once I have added up this particular page, what I can also do is if I want to add any kind of transition in between, I will be able to add any transition. If I want to add any page in particular, I will also be able to add some particular place over here as well. So now here, what I'll do is I will add one more. Okay, so now I do have four pages right over here. So one by one, what I'm going to do is I am going to place of all of this right over here, like this particular video. So as this one is uploaded right over here. So what I can do is I will just come here and I will just place it quite over here, right click. Okay, so you guys can just right click over here, and what you can do is set video as background. Okay, so here you guys can just set the video as background, and let's just play it up. Okay, so here you guys can see. Okay, now this one is being played. If I do want to move it up, I can also move it up accordingly. Okay, so I can just come here, and if I do want to move this frame up, I will also be able to move this frame up quite over here. Okay, so let's just set it quite here. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I am going to only keep 5 seconds from here. So I will just come here, maybe just place it. And now I will just decrease the timing from here as well. Okay, so let me just keep the timing 5 seconds over here. And now let's just place it up. So what I'll do is for this 5 seconds, I will just come here and I will just try to put that frame over here. Okay, so let's just play it up from here in the beginning. Okay, so let's come here and let's just play it. Okay, if you want to just make it big, and suppose here what I want to do is I want to just keep this particular part. So in that case, if I want to trim it up, I will also be able to trim it up from here. Okay, so let's just trim it down from this particular side, and now let's play this thing up over here. Okay, so now let's play it. Okay, and here you guys can see now I have just played this thing up. So again, come here, and now let's play this thing up quite like this. Okay, so now I will just increase the timing to 5 seconds. And now what I'm going to do is I am going to write down the text. Okay, so for that I will just take my text box over here. Okay, and if I do wanna slow down the video, okay, I can also slow down the video accordingly. Okay, so I can just click on 0.75 and I can just click on enter. Okay, so if you do want to decrease it here, you guys will be able to decrease it quite like this. Okay, so let's just play this thing up and let's see the preview over here. Okay, so here you guys can see the preview of the video over here as well. Okay, so now I will select this one. Let's come here at the starting, and let's go here and let's take a text box. Okay, so I will just take this particular text box, and now what I'm going to do is I will just select outside. Let's take this text box, and now I will just increase the text box quite like this. Okay, so from here I will just type one, and now I will just name this one as Oahu. Okay, so I will just write Oahu, Hawaii. Okay, so I will just write Hawaii, USA. Okay, so I will just write USA over here. And now what I'm going to do is if I do want to increase the size of the text box, I will be able to increase the size of the text box from here as well. Okay, so you can just come here and you can just place it somewhere over here. Okay, so you can just place it quite like this. And if you want to increase the box, okay, you will be able to increase the box over here as well. Let me just delete this part. And now I will just keep it somewhere here in the middle. And here you guys can see now I do have this particular thing right over here. So what I want to do is actually I just want to place it here in the center. Okay, so I have just placed it here in the center. Let's play it again and let's see how it actually looks. Okay, so what I'll do is I will come here and I will just animate this one. Okay, so here you guys can see I can just animate this one quite like this. Otherwise, I can just select the drift and I can just increase the intensity. Otherwise, let's just decrease it. So here now I will come and I will just take this particular effect over here. And what I can do is I can just slow the speed down. Okay, so I will just slow it down quite like this. And let's see the preview right over here. And this is how it will just appear here on the screen, which looks quite professional. Okay, so as this basic part is done, if I want to add any transition, I can come here and I can just use the dissolve transition. Okay, so I will just use the dissolve transition over here. And again, let's go to the uploads option. And from here, let's select this particular video. And what you can do is you can just place this particular video right over here. Okay, so I will just pause this video quite like this. And I will just right click over here and I will just select set video as the background. Okay, so I will just place this video here as the background. And let me just decrease the size as well. Okay, so let me just decrease the size of the video. So let's come here, let's just bring it and let's just play it right from here. Okay, so as you guys can see now, this will just end. And here you guys can see now I do have a snow skating video. Okay, and I'll just come here onto this video again. And what I want to do is I want to put up more text over here. Okay, so again, I will go here onto the text box, and from the text box, otherwise what I can do is I'll select this, right click and copy this one, bring it over here and I'll just paste it. But here now I will just change the color of the text. Okay, so let me just take a black color, and what I can write is I will write here Laredo, Texas. Okay, so I will just write Laredo, Texas. And what I'll do is I'll just click on enter and I will just type USA. Okay, so here as you guys can see now, I do have this particular option over here. I will just place it, and what I can do is I will just animate here as well. Okay, so let's just put up any transition here. Okay, so let's put this transition over here as well. And now let's select 5 seconds duration for this video. So now let's just see a preview over here. And after that, this is how it will actually appear. And it will just disappear quite like this. Okay, so this will disappear like this. Again, I will come here and I will just add a dissolve transition. And after that, come here onto this video. And what you can do is you come here and let's go here onto the uploads option. From the uploads option, I will take this video, and what I can do is right click and go to set as background. So what I can do also is if you want to decrease it, you guys will also be able to decrease it from here. Okay, so come here and now I will just come and I will just take this one, right click, click on copy. I will just decrease the size. Okay, so let me just decrease the size right over here. Let's keep it around 5 seconds, and I will just take my uh, tool and I will just click on paste. And what I can do is I will come here, click on backspace, and now I am going to type down. Okay, so from here, I will just type down this place as Mount Aconcagua. Okay, so I will just write Mount over here. Let's select this text box and let's come here and let's type Mount Aconcagua. Okay, so I will just type Mount Aconcagua, and what I'm going to do is I am also going to come here and I am going to change the color. So let's just select a white color over here, and now here you guys can see I do have a white color over here. If I want to place it in a different part, I will be able to place it quite like this. And if I do want to decrease the size of the text, I will be able to decrease the size of the text quite here as well. So I will come here and I'll just click on enter and I will type Argentina. Okay, so I will just write Argentina over here. And what I can do is I will just increase the size and just place it quite over here. Okay, so you guys can see. Now, if you want to give any spacing between the line, you guys can select this one and you guys can give a spacing between the line quite like this. Okay, so now here also you guys can see if you want to edit the video, here you guys will be able to edit the video as well. But come here and let's see a preview. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have the preview right over here. Okay, so let's select this one and here you guys can see if you want to use this, you guys will be able to use it from here as well. So now let's come to this last option. Okay, so I'll just select this one and just right click and click on to set as video background. Okay, so I can just set this one as the video background right over here. Okay, so I will just keep the frame quite like this and I will just decrease the frame. Okay, so I will come here and maybe I will just decrease the frame quite like this. Okay, so let's come here and now let's just play it. Okay, and here you guys can see now I do have the frame right over here. Okay, so here also I am going to write using my text. Okay, so come here, take this text, copy, and what I can do is I will come here and I'll just paste it up. Okay, so I will just come here and paste it up and I'll just put it quite over here. Go to the text color and select the black color option, and now I am going to give this name. Okay, so now over here I will type Albuquerque. Okay, so I will type Albuquerque over here and I'll just put up a place name as New Mexico. Okay, and after writing that, I will also animate this particular layer. Okay, so suppose here I need to just decrease the size of the text as well. Let's just increase the text box and let's click on enter. And here you guys can come to this particular option and you guys can just write USA over here as well. Okay, so now I will just increase the text box size. Okay, so if you want to increase the text box size, you guys will be able to do it quite like this. And suppose here if you want to decrease it, you guys can also place it quite like this as well. So I'll just place it right over here. Let's come to this corner, let's place it over here as well. Okay, so I will just write Albuquerque. Okay, the spelling is looking good, so I will just place it over here. And now I will also add some transition here in between. Okay, so I will just select onto the dissolve option. And what I can also do is here, if I just come here and if I just play it up, okay, so I will just mute this. Okay, so I will just mute this one over here. Okay, so now let's see a preview of this whole video. Okay, So here you guys can see this is how it will appear for the first, and after this it will come quite like this over here. And after that, here you guys can see I do have the third video, and here comes the last video over here as well. Okay, so now what I'll do over here is I will just take up a page. Okay, so if I just click here, and if I want to add a page, I can just add a page. And what I can also do is I can just click on thank you for watching and stuff. Okay, so here you guys can come, and here you guys can click on thanks and enter. So from here under the video option, here you guys can click on to this thank you page, and after that I will just right click over here and set video as background. Here you guys can come, and you guys will be able to decrease the size as well. Otherwise, just click on cancel. Okay. And what you can do is right click detach video from background. So manually also you guys will be able to place it up over here if you want. You guys will be able to place it over here as well. Let's come here, let's place here as well. Okay, so come here, and if you want to just remove the background, you guys will be able to remove the background here as well. So just click here, go to edit video, and from here you guys can click on the background remover. Okay, so here the background has been totally removed. Okay, so I will just delete this whole thing up. And here, what you can also do is you can just select this text, and you can just place it accordingly. Okay, so I will just come here, and suppose if I want to place any of this, I can just place any of this. And suppose here I can also take any photos. Okay, so I will just place it right over here and right click, and here you guys can just set this image as background. If you want to decrease the size, you guys will be able to decrease the size from here as well. Okay, so you guys can come here and just select onto the smart crop. Okay, you guys can also do that. And if you want to just adjust the cropping, you guys can just adjust the cropping as well. Okay, so come here and just right click, just delete this part. And again, what you can do is you can just take this thank you over here and just place it quite like this. Take this background, go to this background color, and just match a different color. Okay, otherwise let's come here, let's select this particular color, and let's take this one over here. If you want to put out any graphics, here you guys can actually put out different graphics over here as well. Okay, so come here and just put up a graphics over here. Otherwise just come down, and here you guys can just delete this one, select this thank you over here, and let's just increase the size of this. Let's just place it here on top, and let's just place this one right over here. Okay, so let's just increase the size from all the sides. And what I can do is I can also just keep it quite like this, and I will just animate this one accordingly. Okay, so I will just animate this whole page. Okay, so here I will just animate this one as well. Go to animate option. Okay, so come here onto the animate option, and from here you guys can also select the scrapbook one. Okay, and now I will just add a music to it. Okay, so come here, if you want to put any transition, you guys can actually put the color wipe transition. Okay, so I will just put the color wipe transition from the right hand side. And what I'm going to do is now, lastly, I am going to add an audio. Okay, so come here and search for any audios down here. And here in the audio, what I'll write is I will just write adventure. and I will just click on enter. Okay, and after that, here you guys can actually listen to different musics. Okay, and here let's try to get some uprising music. Okay, so let's come here and you can just place this music as well. So I will just place this one and I will just keep it right over here. So I will just give this one a pause. I will just give a pause over here as well. Okay, so just take this one and I will just take it over here as well. Let's delete this part. Okay, so I will just delete this one as well. So now once I have applied this one, let's see the whole preview. So yeah, that was it. Okay. So I hope you guys have understood how you will be able to make one nice Instagram reel. And after that, lastly, you need to save this file. So go to the share option, go to the download. From here, make sure that you choose the MP4 video option. And now click onto the download. And here you guys can see this file is getting downloaded. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of the Canva for social media tutorial. So now this is the chapter number 3 and here I will be making an Instagram reel cover. So here, once you have this particular Instagram reel, okay, after that you need to create a cover for itself. Like once they come to your Instagram profile and they go to your reel option, okay, so there you will be able to see it's kind of a YouTube thumbnail type thing, okay. So we'll be looking at how you will be able to make an Instagram reel cover here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Canva application. Okay, so from here, now what you're going to do is from here, the first thing you need to go is to the social media option. And here, if you want to search for a reel cover, you won't have anything. Okay, so I will just type Instagram reel cover. Okay, so here if I type this, here you guys can see I don't have any exact size. Okay, so here you guys can see you guys will also be able to use this one, which is right over here. Let's just take this one and here you will have a lot of templates. Okay, so here you guys can have a lot of templates and from here you can also create a blank layout quite like this. Okay, so first what you need to do is make sure you go to the file option and here you need to make sure that you come here in the view settings option and from here you add guides. Okay, so if you want to cancel this, you guys can also cancel this one. Okay, make sure you do have your rulers right over here. Again, let's go to the file option and from here you guys can see show rulers and guides. Okay, so if you want to see margins and stuff, you guys can click here. If you want to check the video playback quality, you guys can also check it out from here as well. Okay, so let me just zoom in a little bit over here. And the next thing what I'm going to do over to this point is I will just zoom out a little bit and from here now I will just put on a shape. Okay, so let's take a shape over here and after that what I'm going to do is I'm going to increase the size of this particular shape quite like this. I will increase the size of the shape, and now I will try to place it here in between. Okay, so here once I have placed this one here in between, what I'm going to do now is I am going to put on the ruler. Okay, so using ruler, I will just mark this place down. So I'll just put one ruler over here, and I'll just come down and I'll just put up a ruler over here as well. So lastly, I will come here and I'll just delete it. And here you guys can see now I do already have a line where I will just work. Okay, so now for that, the first thing what I need to do is I need to come here and I need to search for frames. Okay, so I will just search for frames over here, and here you guys can see I do have frames of different sizes. Okay, so let me just decrease the size of the frame quite like this over here. And if I want to duplicate the frame, I will be able to duplicate the frame from here as well. Okay, so let's come here. If you want to decrease the size, you guys can decrease the size from here, and I'll just decrease it from this side as well. Okay, so let's come here, click on Alt, and now just drag and drop it somewhere here. Same goes with this one, and I will just come here and I will just drag and drop it quite over here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have all of these 4 frames over here. So what you're going to do now is you are going to come here and you are going to put different kind of images. Okay, so if you guys remember in last class I have made one reel. Okay, so suppose in that case I will be making one Instagram reel cover for a video which is themed as summer places to visit. Okay, so here I will just write summer. Okay, so I will just write summer and I'll just click right over here, and here you guys can see I do have a lot of photos. Okay, so from here now what I'm going to do is I am going to take one photos over here, and let's just come down. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have a lot of photos right over here. Let's take this one up and let's drag and drop it quite here. Okay, so now if I want to just move it up a little bit, I will be able to do it from here as well. And the same goes with this one. So I will just place it quite over here, and this is how it looks. So that let's come down. Okay, so let's just move it up and let's come down somewhere over here, and let's go down again. Okay, so here you guys can see you do have a lot of images. So I will just delete this part over here, drag and drop it here in this particular place. Okay, so I will just drag it quite here. Lastly, come to this option, come here and just drag it up. Okay, so just drag it up, and what you're going to do is you are going to drag this image and just place this image accordingly. Okay, so here what I'll be able to do is I will just place this image quite like this, and now here you guys can see now here actually I do have 4 images. So now what I'll do is I will just select all of these 4 images, and now I will come here onto the border style option, and if I do want to add any kind of border, I will come here and I will just add the borders accordingly. Okay, and from here again I will come to the border color. Okay, and I can just give this border a different color, whatever looks good. Okay, so I will just come here and maybe give this border this particular color quite like this. And now again what I'll do is I will go here onto my text option, and from the text option what I'm going to do is I am going to take this particular text box, and now I am going to change the color. Okay, so I will change the color to something this color. Okay, so let's see. So now I will just write summertime, summertime. And after writing this one, what I'm going to do is I am going to increase it and I am going to decrease the size of this letter from here as well. Okay, so now I will just place it over here accordingly. Okay, so here, as you guys can see, now I have placed this accordingly. And what I'm going to do is I will just keep this one quite like this. And now again, I will come here onto the text box. Okay, and now I will just add a text box right over here, and I'll just type 5. And what I'll do is I will keep this one and I will just place it here in one corner, and I will just make it big. Okay, so I will just keep it quite over here on top. Okay, and once I'm done, okay, so after writing 5, what I'll do is I will come here. Again, I will take another text box, and from here I will write places. Okay, so I will just write places over here. And again, I will come here and I will just place it quite over here. Okay, so I will just place it quite over here. If you want me to change the text type, I can also change the text type. Here you guys can see I do have a lot of uh, things right over here. If I want to change the color, let's go to the text color option. Let me just take this particular color, and now let me just arrange it properly. 5 place it. And again, I will just click on this one, click on Alt, and I'll just duplicate this layer. Okay, so what I'll do is I will write here 5 places to visit. And now I will again increase the size. Okay, so I will just come here, select this one, and what I'm going to do is I am going to increase the text size. Okay, so I will come here. If I want to decrease it a little bit, I will just decrease this thing a little bit over here. Okay, so I will just place it quite like this. So here you guys can see 5 places to visit. Okay, so I'll just keep it like this. So here you guys can see 5 places to visit, and I will just change this color to something black. Okay, so let me just come down and let me just select black over here. Okay, 5 places to visit during summer. Okay, so I will just write during summer over here. Okay, so for that, again, I will just take another text box, and what I'm going to do is I will just delete this one, and I will come here during, and what I'll do is I will just place it quite over here. And after that, I will just come here and maybe just increase the spacing. Okay, so I will just keep this one quite over here, and again I will just decrease the size. Okay, so during, I will just write the during option over here, and again I will just add another text box, and what I'll do is I will just write summer. Okay, so I will just write summer over here, and what I'm going to do is I am going to place it quite like this. Okay, so if you want to decrease it, you guys can also decrease it. And now I will just place it quite over here in the center, and I will just increase the size of this letter as well. Okay, so I will come here. If you want me to increase the size, I can increase the size accordingly. Okay, so I can come here and I can place those things accordingly. So I will just place it over here. Let's just place it here in the middle. And here you guys can see now I do have this cover ready. And if I do want to make any changes, I will come here and I will just make changes accordingly. Okay, so let's go on to the text color option. And over here, I will just give this one this particular color. Okay, and if you do want me to uh, add some spacing between the letters, I can just add some spacing between the letters as well. If you want me to outline this one, I can also outline this one over here as well. Go to effects option and select the outline option over here. Okay, so I will select this, go to animate, and go to the effects option, go to outline, and lastly I will also go to the effects option from here, and I will just outline this particular part here as well. Okay, so here now I do not need any more of these rulers. Okay, so what I can do is I can just select this ruler and I can just put it here on top, and the same goes with this particular ruler here as well. Okay, so here if you want to view it properly how it actually looks, so this is how it will basically looks. Okay, so here you guys can see if you want to make any changes, okay, you guys will be able to make any changes accordingly. Suppose you want to change the background color, go to the position option, okay, or just come to the background color option, and from here basically you guys will be able to check which type of color you guys can actually choose from. So again, for that I will come here, add a new color, and I will just decrease the intensity of this one to quite an extent over here. Okay, so this one looks like vintage cover, as you guys can see. If you want to make any changes and stuff, you guys will also be able to make some changes accordingly. So let's come here and let's go to the effects option, and from here let's select outline, and for outline color let's take a white color. Okay, so if you want to take a white color, otherwise let's give this one a black color. And for the fill, okay, so for the text color, let's take a white color, quite like this. Okay, so here this one looks better. Okay, so basically you guys will be able to add some colors quite like this. Okay, so again come here, and what you can do is you guys can just take this one, and the last thing which you need to do, if you want to put any box, okay, like any kind of shape you do want to put, so just clear this thing out, go to the shape option, and from the shape option what you need to do is you need to just get this box in the correct size. So I will just decrease the size of the box from here as well, and lastly I will come here, and what I can also do is I will just maintain this particular line over here. Okay, and now I will just decrease the intensity of the box color. Okay, so I will come here, and what I can do is I will just decrease the intensity of that particular box. And here you guys can see now I do have a stunning Instagram reel cover over here in my Canva. So lastly, I will go to the share option, and from the share option, I will go to download, and I will just download this image as a PNG. Okay, so once I am done, I will just click here onto the download option, and here, as you guys can see, my Instagram reel cover is getting downloaded, and it also finished downloading. Okay, so what I'll do is I will just write here as the Instagram reel cover. Okay, so I will just name this as the Instagram reel cover, and now I will just come down and I will just save it here in my resource file. Okay, so I will just save it here in my resource file. And yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class on how to make an Instagram reel cover. So hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Canva for Social Media tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 4, and here I will be making an Instagram story. Okay, so we'll be learning how you will be able to create an Instagram story in Canva. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So now here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Canva application. So the first thing what you can do is you can go here, click on to create design, and from here you guys can see I do have a preset of Instagram story, which I will click and it will create me a new page right over here. Okay, and on my left hand side here you guys can see I do have a lot of this particular uh, presets which I will be able to use as well. Okay, so if you want to put on some quotes and all, okay, so here you guys can see you do have this particular things right over here. Suppose you want to create something regarding fashion. Okay, so if I just type fashion over here and let's click on enter, and here you guys can see there are a lot of fashion things or like different templates which you will be able to use as well. Okay, so here under templates, and here you will be able to segregate between men fashion, and here if you want to go for any clothing brand and stuff, here you guys can see you will have a lot of this particular options right over here. Okay, so now let's do one thing right over here. Okay, so now the first thing what you can do over here is you guys can come, and from here let's take one text tool, and from the text tool what you can basically do is you guys can come here, let's take a text box. Okay, so after taking the text box you guys can come here and you guys can uh, come and you guys can type flash hour. Okay, so let's type flash hour over here. Okay, and once you have wrote this down, what you can do is you can just increase its size. So let's just select all of it and let's make it bold, and let's get this one in one line. And now what you can do is you guys can come here, go to the effects option. From the effects option you guys can go here and just select the timeline, and let's select a black outline over here, and let's go to color and let's select white color over here. Okay, so now let's come to this option right here, and what you can also do is if you want to go here in the effects option, so from here basically you will be able to change the thickness. Okay, so let me just keep the thickness at this point, and now what I'm going to do is I am going to just duplicate this layer. Okay, so I will just duplicate this layer and I'll just keep it quite here, and I'll just duplicate this layer here again. Let's come to this point, let's come here, let's just place it accordingly. Okay, so now I will just place it quite over here. So let's just come down, and what you can also do is just place it here accordingly. So I will just place it somewhere over here again. Okay, so I will just place it over here, and what you can do is come here, select all of it, and you guys can actually go to the position option, and from here you guys will also be able to check this thing out. Okay, so if you want to space evenly vertically, here you guys can see you will be able to space evenly vertically over here. Okay, so now I will come here, and what I'll do is I will come onto this option, and from here I will just change it to 90. Okay, so I will just change this one to 90. Let's come here, and what I can also do is if I want to give this thing up a different color, suppose what I'll do is I will come here, I have given this one 90. Let's come to this position, let's select the transparency to 80. Okay, and I'll just click on enter. Let's come this point and let's go to the transparency option. Let's put on 70 over here. Okay, so let's come down and let's go to the transparency option. Let's go for 60, and here again what I'll do is I will come here, and from here I will just go directly to 50. Okay, so I will just come here with 50, and from here again I will type 40, and lastly over here what I'm going to do is I am going to type 30. Okay, so I will just go for 30, and I'll just click on to the enter option. Okay, so suppose if you do want to give up any color, okay, so you guys can also give some color to it. So let's select this one, go to this text color option, and let's search for a pink color. Okay, so let's search for this particular color right over here, and let's take this color, and here you guys can see how it actually looks. Okay, so if you want to increase the size, you guys will also be able to increase the size of the letters. Okay, so I will just move this one here on top. Okay, So now again, I will just come here and I will just increase the size of this till here, and let's place it, and let's just place it accordingly. Okay, so you guys take your own time. Okay, so if you just take time while doing this stuff, it will be easier for you to figure out how you actually want all of your letters right over here. Okay, so I will just move this one kind of down over here, and now I will just move it here as well. Let's place it here, here, and this top one, what I'm going to do is I am going to increase the size of this one from both the sides. Okay, so now I will again come here, place it here on top. Let's increase the size from both the sides, and let's place it here, and let's increase the size from both the sides as well. Place this one and just increase the size accordingly. Okay, so this is how it actually looks right now. And if you do have any kind of logos, okay, so here I will just type on logo. Okay, I will search for different graphics. So in that case, let's take this one, and what you can do is you guys can come here and just place it over here on top. Okay, and after placing this one, what you can do is you can just put on the name of the company. Okay, so in that case, what I'm going to do now is let's place this one right over here on top. Okay, and if I do wanna decrease the size, I can also decrease the size over here. If you want to increase only the length, okay, you guys will be able to do it from here as well. Okay, otherwise you guys can just keep this thing here on top. So for now, actually I feel that I don't need this one. Okay, so again, what I'll do is I will just go to the text option, go to this take one text box over here, and what you can do is you can come here and just write R. Okay, so I will just write R, and now what I'm going to do is I am going to increase the size over here, and now I will just pick this one and I will just drop it right over here. Okay, so I will just drop this thing right over here. Let's select all of this, and what you can do is you can just move this one little bit down. Okay, so here you guys can just put it little bit down over here, and what you can do now is I have just typed this one, select this and just copy this layer. Okay, so now I will just write AVE. Okay, so I will just type this thing up, and I will just decrease the size of the letter as well. Okay, so I will just decrease the size of the letter. Okay, so I will just place it over here. Let's select it with shift. Okay, I will just place it with shift, and now let's just come here. Let's select this one and let's just move it down a little bit. Okay, so I just want both of these here onto the same line, and I can just write here rave clothing. Okay, so I will just come here. Let's just move it here onto this side. Let's select both of this, and you guys can just move both of these all together as well. Okay, so now I will just add another text box, and what I'll do is now I will just write C, and after that I will come here. Let's take this C, and I will just increase the size. Okay, so I will just increase the size from here, and now I will just duplicate this layer using Alt. So I will just write LOTHING. Okay, and I will just select all of this, and I will just decrease it to 60. Okay, so I will just click on 60, and now I will also decrease or it was in uppercase. What I want to do is I want to make it in lowercase. So in that case, L. Again, what I'll do is I will take this one, Alt and enter. So I will just write LOTHING. Okay, and I will just decrease the box size. Okay, so I will just decrease the box size over here, and now I will just place it accordingly as well. Okay, so let me just place it right over here. Okay, so here you guys can see if you just want to move it up, uh on top a little bit. Okay, you guys can select this one and just move it up accordingly. So let's select this one. If you want to move it here onto the sides, okay, so here you guys can see you will be able to move it onto the sides as well. Okay, so here you guys can see if you want to put up any different types of font, you guys can see here, and here you do have a lot of fonts available which you guys can use. Okay, so the same way I will come here and I will just take this particular font. Okay, so let me just take this one over here. Okay, and let's take this letter, and what you can do is come here back again and just select the type you want to choose. Okay, so now I do have this letter, and what I can do is I can just come or bring this thing down a little bit. Okay, so I will just bring this thing down over here into the same line, and after that what I'm going to do is I'll select this layer, click on shift, select this layer, this one and this one, and now go to the position option. And here you guys can see, now if you want to align things vertically, here you guys can see now this one is aligned here vertically and this one looks better. Okay, so here you guys can just group these things up. Suppose I will select this one as well, and I'll select both of these all together. Okay, and now I can just group this one. Now using shift, select this one and this one as well. Okay, so now I have just grouped this one, select this, and using shift, select this one, and you can also use Ctrl G to group those things up. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have this ref clothing. So this logo is basically done. Okay, so you can just place it somewhere over here, and if you want to put up any lines and all, okay, you guys can search here for lines in the elements option. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have a lot of lines over here, so I will just go here onto the shapes, and I will just select this particular line and I will just bring it right over here. Okay, if you want to extend the line, here you guys can come and here you guys can actually extend the line accordingly. Okay, so you guys come here, and what you can also do is you guys can select this one. Okay, so let's just take this particular uh line, and here you guys can actually select the lines. Okay, so let's take this one. If you just want to make a straight line, you guys will be able to make up a straight line here as well. So select shift. Okay, come here, and what you can also do is you guys can actually increase the width. So let's take 12 and let's click on enter, and here you guys can see I will just place this thing here. Okay, so I will just place it quite here, and now if I do want to increase it from the sides as well, you will be able to increase it from the sides as well. Okay, so I will just select this particular layer over here, and I will just delete this one. So the next thing what you're going to do is, suppose here I want to put some t-shirt. Okay, so I will come here and I will just write for t-shirt. Okay, and I will just click on enter, and here you guys can see I do have different t-shirt options over here. Okay, so I will just search t-shirt, and here you guys can see I do have a lot of t-shirts or different clothings over here. Okay, so here you guys can see. So from here basically you guys can basically choose which one you want to put. Okay, or which one you basically want, and now just select any model from here. Okay, so let's select this one, and once you have selected this one, click on edit photo and go to the BG remover option. Okay, so once you have selected that particular option, you guys just right click, go to layer. Okay, and just come here, let's just try to select that particular image over there. So for that, again I will just go to the positions, and I will just come here onto the layer option, and from layers, as I have selected this one, what I can do is I can just right click, and from here go to layers, and I will just click here and I just want to bring this thing here in front. Okay, so now I will just increase the size quite like this, and I will just increase these footage over here as well, as you guys can see. Okay, so this one looks quite great. And now what you can do is you can just place it here accordingly, and here you guys can see I do have this particular option. And lastly, what I'll do is I will just take another box. Okay, I'll just take this particular shape from here. And what I'm going to do is I will just take my selection tool, and from here I will just decrease the size and decrease the size from here as well. Take up one line, and from here select a white color. Okay, so here I have selected a white color. Okay, and I want to put on some text here as well. Okay, so for that, go to the text option and just click on add a text box. And from add a text box, here you guys can see I will just put up notice. Okay, so I will just write 20%. Okay, so I will just write 20% discount on all products. So I will just write like this. Okay, so I will just write 20% discount on all products, and I will just decrease the box size. Okay, so I will try to get it in one line. Okay, so I will just decrease the box size from here, and now I will just place it here in between. Okay, so I will just try to place it here in between, and here now you guys can see I do have this wording side here as well. Okay, so now you guys can see this one looks quite good. If you want to send it back, you guys can also do that. Go to layer option, and here you guys can just send it back as well. Okay, so come here. If you want to go to the layer option, go to layer, and from here you guys can just select the send to back option. Okay, so here select send to back, and this one is being sent to the back as well. Okay, so come here. If you wanna move it a bit down, you guys will be able to do that from here as well. Okay, so now this one looks quite great. Okay, so this is how you will be able to create some of the stunning Instagram story for your Instagram story option. Okay, so this one was for if you want to do any sales related or any kind of ad into your story. And lastly, if you want to give any background color to this one, go to the background color option, and after that here you guys can basically select from a lot of color options. Okay, so you guys come here and maybe just decrease the intensity of the color a bit. Okay, so here I have decreased the intensity of the color to a great extent, and now I will just select this particular box, and this particular box, what I'm going to do is I am going to add a different color as well. Okay, so let's take a light color, and again what you can do is just go to add new color, and from here just go with some faded options. Okay, so come here and just give this color, and here you guys can basically differentiate between both the lines. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood, and the last thing which you need to do is go to download option and download it in a png format. Okay, so hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Canva for social media tutorial. So now we are on to chapter number 5, and here we'll be creating an animated Instagram post in Canva. Okay, so I'll be showing you guys how we'll be able to create an animated Instagram post over here. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Canva application. So the first thing you need to go here is the social media option, and under the social media option here under Instagram subtopic, you do have an option called animated Instagram post. Okay, so I will just click here and it will create me a blank document. Okay, So here, as you guys can see, now I do have a blank document right over here. Okay, so these are few of the templates. If you do want to use those kind of templates, here you guys will be able to use it. Okay, but for me, I will be trying to create one from the scratch. Okay, so in that case, now what I'm going to do is I am going to come here, and the first thing what I'll do is I am going to take some of the elements from this particular option. Okay, so I will search for shapes. Okay, so I will just search for shapes over here, and the first thing what you'll do is you will come here onto the graphics option, and from graphics option here you guys can see I do have different kind of shapes and glitters right over here. Okay, if you want to actually put it, you guys can basically put it here in one corner. So let's just place it here in this particular corner. Okay, and now again what you're going to do is you are going to duplicate this one. Okay, so using alt, just click right over here and you have duplicated this part here as well. Okay, so now I want to flip it, so I will come here onto the flip option and I will just flip it horizontally right over here in one particular corner, and I will just place it accordingly. Okay, so I will just place it quite over here, and once I have done this particular part, now I am going to come here down, and there are different shapes and all which you guys can explore over here. Okay, so different sizes and different shapes. Okay, so here you guys can see what I can also do is if I do want to give this thing a rotation, I can come here and I can just give this thing a rotation from here as well. Okay, so let's just place it here in one corner. And what you can also do is here just make some space for the text as well. So I will just place it quite over here, or let's place each and everything here in one side. Okay, so I will just place this particular thing here in one side. And now let's come here, and if you do want to decrease the size, you guys can decrease the size and just place it here accordingly. Okay, so once you're done, now what you can also do is you can just put up different frames. Okay, so in that case, now what I'll do is I will come here, and the first thing, now I am going to take up this particular shape, and here I will just increase the shape from here in this top corner. Okay, so I will just place it somewhere over here, and now again I am going to take this text tool and I will just add a text box right over here. Okay, so in this text box what I'm going to write is I am going to write something up. Okay, so I will just write a social media. Okay, so I'll just write social media videos. Okay, so I will just type this thing up, and after that I will also increase the size of the text. Okay, so now if I will just come up quite like this, let's select this up, let's get this thing bold, and now let's change the font type. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have different font types right over here, and now I will come here and maybe I will just place it right over here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have this top part ready. Okay, so again now go to the elements option and cut these shapes, and what I'm going to do is now I'm going to take some grids. Okay, so now I will just come here and I'll just take grids, and let's search for different kind of grids over here. So here let's go to the grids option, and from here let's take this particular grid which I do have over here. Okay, so now I will take this particular grid and I'll just place these things accordingly. And what I can also do is I will just go to the elements option. I will just go back, and from here now I will just type on social media. Okay, so I will just type social media, and let's see what all images do I have over here. So I'll just go to here to the photos option, and from the photos option now I will come here and I'll just take this image right over here. Okay, so I will just drag and drop this image over here. And lastly, I will come here, the other side, and now I will just place this particular image here as well. Okay, so now if I just want to move it up, I can also move this thing up accordingly. If you want to decrease the size, you guys will be able to decrease the size here as well. Okay, so this one's not fitting that well. Okay, so I'll just delete only the image. Okay, so again I will come here and let's try to take some of these things right over here. Let's come down again. Let's search for the perfect image which you like to choose. So I will come here and I will just decrease its size and I will just place it quite like this. Okay, so here if you want to come here, if you want to put it up, you guys can basically put these things up quite like this. Okay, so if you want to put up any border style, okay, you guys will be able to increase the border style from here. Same goes here as well. Okay, come here and just change the border style accordingly. Okay, so now here you guys can come here and just change the border style. So here, as you guys can see, the first page here is basically done. Okay, so I can just animate all this thing up. Okay, so here you guys can see I will just animate this thing up if I do want to slow down the speed. And here also I will come and I will just take this one, and if I just increase the intensity, this is how it will look. So I'm doing all of this manually. Okay, so here you guys can see, uh, let's take this one right over here and I will just increase the intensity from here. And let's take this one and let's give this one the same thing over here. And I will just decrease the speed from here. Let's go to the social media option and here how I want my text to appear. Okay, so I'll just click on rise and I'll just decrease the speed. And after that, let's come here onto the last one. Okay, so this is how it should appear. And I will also decrease the speed here as well. Okay, so I'll just keep both of these things over here. Let's select this and this both will also appear quite like this. If I do want to decrease the scaling, okay, so here you guys can see I will just decrease the scaling quite like this over here. Okay, so this part is basically done. Okay, and now I will just take another page. Okay, so here if you want to take another page, click on add page. And now what you're going to do is here, let's give this background a different color. So for that, I'll select the background, go to background color, and now maybe take this particular color. And what you're going to do is just take this faded color over here. Otherwise, just go for something dark. Okay. Otherwise, if you want to take some colors, quite like this, you guys can come here and always check on with the colors. So I'll just take this particular color over here and the same color. What I'm going to do is I'm going to paste it over here as well. Okay, so I'm just going to take the same color over here. Okay, so now again what I'll do is I will come here, I will just take my text box, I will just take another text box over here. Okay, and from here I will type the next upcoming video. Okay, so I will just type this thing up. And now what I can also do is after once you have selected this box, go to the effects option, go down and select the curve. Okay, so I will just increase the curve quite like this. And here if you want to increase the letter spacing, you guys will also be able to increase the letter spacing accordingly. Okay, so I will just come right over here and I'll just place it here somewhere in the center. Okay, so now here you guys can see now I do have placed this thing accordingly. Okay, so what I'll do now is I will come here and now I will just put up a thumbnail over here. Okay, so in that case again I need to go onto the uploads option and let's go to upload files. Okay, and from here let's see it in large icons. Okay, so now I will just select this one. Okay, this is the cover. Okay, I will just open this up here. Okay, so as you guys can see, now I do have opened this thing up over here, and now I will just place this thing accordingly. Okay, so let's take this image and let's place it somewhere over here. Okay, so let's place it over here, and now let's try to keep this thing here in the middle. Okay, so now here you guys can see this is how it will actually look. And now let's try to animate this part here as well. Okay, so if you want to animate, I will just decrease the speed. Okay, and now again to this image, what I can do is I will come here, and now I will just select the this option. Let's select which one looks good. Okay, so this is the flicker, and if you want to wiggle this thing up, you can also do that. And I'll just take all of it. This is the stop one. Okay, I can come here and I can just select this, and on enter it will quite look like this. Okay, so I will just click this one on enter, and if I do want to add more things around, I will be able to select more things around as well. Okay, so I will just come here, place this one. Okay, if you just want to put it in top a little bit, you guys can do that. Let's place it, and let's just place it quite over here. And now here you guys can also give an IG account. Okay, so for that, what you need to do is you need to come here, go to the elements option, and from the elements option you need to take up a simple box. Okay, so you guys can come here and go for a simple shape. Okay, and after that what you can do is you can just decrease the size, and let's just decrease the size from here as well, and let's place it. And what you can do is you can just give an IG account over here. So for that, I will go to this text option. And from the text option, what I'm going to do now is I am first going to animate this one. Okay, so here you guys can see I will just select the rise option. Otherwise, let's select the wipe. Yeah, and I will just decrease the speed quite like this. Okay, so I will just decrease the speed, or let's just increase it a little bit. Let's increase it quite like this over here. Okay, and once I'm done animating, I'll go onto the text option. Let's take this key, and now I will just click on add 5684 ABC George. Okay, so I will just write George over here, and as this one is the IG account, I will just come here and I'll just place it quite like this. Okay, and now I will just place one Instagram ID. Okay, so I will just write Instagram, and I'll just click on enter. And here you guys can see I do have these icons over here. So what I'll do is I'll just skip this one, and I will just decrease the size, and I will just place this thing accordingly. Okay, so I will just place this one right over here. Okay, and again I will just duplicate this layer. I will just select this layer first, click on alt, and now using alt you guys can just place it accordingly. Okay, so I'll just place it quite well over here, and I'll just keep it quite like this. I'll just select this and this one, and what I can do is I will go to the position option, and in the position option I just want to place both of this here in middle. Okay, so now I have just placed both of this here in the middle, and I have to just animate both of this or all these three things all together. So I'll just select all these three things, go to animate, and now here let's select the stop option. Okay, so I will just select the stop option quite like this, and it will kind of appear like this here on our screen. Okay, so if you want to see the full preview, Okay, you guys can come here, and here you guys can see on top there is an icon on my screen with a play button. You guys can come here and just see this particular play button over here. And now you guys can see this is the animated post which I do have created just now. Okay, and if you want to put or duplicate any page and all, you guys will be able to duplicate any page and all as well. Okay, so now I will come here. If you want to go down, you guys can also go down over here. And now let's come down. If you want to put up any audios, you guys will be able to put up audios as well. So let's listen to this one over here. Okay. So now let's put this one right over here. Okay. So let's go back. And here you guys can see the music. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put up this music right over here. So I will just delete this one. Let's delete this one as well. And here, now let's see this one. Yeah, so this one looks quite great. And now the last thing is I will come here and I will just save it into my file. Okay, so just from share option, go to download and make sure you do have the MP4 video option selected. Here you guys can also check the quality. And here I have selected both the pages and I will just click on to download. Okay, so it will be downloaded in form of a video as this one is an animated post. So yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class on how you will be able to create an animation, okay, like for your social media or as I've showed you for the Instagram. Okay, so this is how you will be able to create some stunning designs using your Instagram or using your Canva to create some Instagram posts which are animated. Okay, you guys can basically do it in a lot of ways. Okay, I have just showed you guys the simplest one. Okay, so this is not that bad. Okay, you guys can basically use this thing. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Canva for social media tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 6, and here I'll be showing you how to create a profile picture for your Facebook account. Okay, so we'll be learning how you will be able to actually create a stunning profile picture for your account. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I am here in the home page of the Canva application. So the first thing what I need to do over here is you need to go and try to create a new design. Okay. Otherwise, you can also customize your design. Okay. So for me, I do have the pixels unit right over here. And let's take 880. Okay. And I'll also take the height as 880 pixels. Okay. So you guys can take a different size. No worries with that. I'll show you guys the process right over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, now I do have this particular page right over here, and now I will just give this one a different color. Okay, so let's come here and let's check what kind of color do I want to put for my background. So let's take this particular color here as the background, and now let's just save it up right over here. Okay, so once you have done or once you have put the color over here, let's come to the elements option. And as I don't have any pictures, okay, so I will just type for a passport size picture. Okay, so I will just type for passport size picture, and here you guys can see I do have a lot of pictures over here. Okay, suppose now what I want to do is I want to create a profile picture of this girl right over here. Okay, so in that case, now what I'm going to do is, as I have selected this image, I will go to the edit photo option. And from the edit photo option, now I will come here and I will just select the background remover option from my Magic Studio. Okay, so I will just click here onto the background remover option, and here basically you guys can see this has just changed my background over here. Okay, so once you're done, again go to again come here, and now basically from here you guys will be able to check on different filters. Okay, so you guys can come here and check on different filters. If you want to decrease the intensity, you guys can basically decrease the intensity here as well. Okay, and now I will just come down, check out different options. Okay, so I have just put this one. Let's go back. Okay, and afterwards let's come down over here and let's go to this option and let's select a glow. Okay, so here you guys can see now for the shadows I have selected this particular glow, and what I'm going to do is I am going to increase the size right over here. And if you want to blur this thing down, you guys can actually blur this thing down as well. Okay, so I will just decrease the blur amount over here, and you can also choose the angle. Okay, so I will just choose the angle, and here if you want to see the distance, okay, so if you do want to increase it, you guys can actually do that. And let me just decrease the blur amount kind of like this. And after that, here you can also decrease the size over here as well. Okay, and if you want to come down here, you guys can also check the intensity, and here you guys can also select different colors as well. Okay, so if you want to take this particular color, here you guys can see now this one looks good. Okay, so now here you guys can see I do have this particular image right over here, and what you can also do is just place it here in the center. And after that, if you just want to crop it, you guys can also crop it accordingly. Okay, so here you guys can see I have just cropped this image, and if you want to give any border, here you guys can also give some borders over here, which I don't want. Okay, so I will just again go to this option. Okay, and here I will just come and see if you want to put any kind of duotone. Okay, so here you guys can see if you want to change the color of the highlights, here you guys will be able to put some color of the highlights as well. Okay, so once you have done this one, otherwise let's select none over here, and let's go back. And after that, what you're going to do is if you want to adjust this image, okay, you guys will be able to adjust the color. Okay, so if you just want to increase the tint, okay, so let me just decrease the brightness a little bit, and let's just decrease or increase the contrast and the highlights a little bit, and let's come down and let's focus here on the shadows, and I will just decrease the whites, and I will just increase the blacks over here. And for vibrance, I will just check the vibrance a little bit and saturation, and make sure and try to understand this particular thing, that whenever we are trying to work with any of these things over here, okay, like if you're working with any kind of images in any sense, okay, or once you're doing any kind of color correction and all, there is no particular or such thing that you have to do it in this particular value itself. Okay, so it totally depends on the image. Okay, what kind of image we're taking, what kind of camera we are using. Okay, so you guys need to do it manually by yourself. Okay, so suppose now if you want to crop it down, you guys will be able to crop it down here as well. Suppose now I am just increasing the size, and now I will just place it right here in the center. Let's select this, and now if you want to go and edit it, you guys can come here and you guys will be able to edit more of it from here. Okay, so here if you want to give any kind of an outline, here you guys can give this outline quite like this, and also you guys will be able to choose the angle. Okay, so let me just select this angle, and if you want to increase the blur amount, you guys will also be able to increase the blur amount as well. Okay, so here I will just keep the blur amount quite like this. And for here, if you want to take a different color, so let's go for black itself. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have this one, and I have just put this one here in the middle. So the next thing what I'm going to do is now I am going to come right over here and let's place it here in the exact center. Okay, so once I am done doing each and everything over here, so I will just place it here in the exact center. And now I will go to the share option. From share, I will go to download, and I will just download this particular image. Okay, so now what I'll do is I'll come here, and from here now I will just take the transparent background, otherwise no problem with that. Okay, so I will just come here, let's take the transparent background, and I will just download it. Okay, so here you guys can see now this thing is getting downloaded, and I'll just save this one as one. Okay, so let me come here onto my resource file. Okay, so let's come here, and let's check where I can actually uh, place it. Okay, so I will come here, I will just go to the resource file, and I will save this file over there. Okay, so after that, again, what you can do is you can add up a new page. Okay, and this color, I want to change this color to white. Okay, so once you have changed this one, you guys can go to the elements option, and from the elements option, what you can do is you can search for frames. Okay, so just search for frames and just click on enter, and here you guys can see I do have different frames over here, and I will also increase the size. Okay, so let's come here, let's just increase the size of the frame. And what you can do now is you can come here, and over here now you will be able to add that particular image which you have just downloaded. Go to upload files, take this one and just open it up. Okay, so here you guys can see now here you already do have an image. So what you can do is you can come here, drag and drop this particular image right here. Okay, and now again let's go back, and here if you want to drag and drop it, you guys will be able to drag and drop it quite like this. If you want to increase the size, here you guys will be able to do it from here as well. Okay, so instead of just downloading this one, I will come here and I will just delete image, and I'll just keep this frame. So what I can also do is I can come here, and let's go to the share option, let's download it, and let's not have a transparent background. So I will just click on to download, and I want to download only the first page. Okay, so I will just click on done, and I will download this one. Okay, so here it will just get downloaded. I will just select as number 2, and let's come here and let's just save it over here, and this one is being saved as well. Go to upload files now, and what you can do is you can just come here and just open this file here into your background. Okay, so here as you guys can see, now I do have this particular image. What I can do is I can just come here and place this image up. Okay, and if I just click onto the image, okay, what I can do is if I do want to increase the size, okay, I will be able to increase the size quite like this. Okay, so let's place this image quite over here, and now let's see how this one actually looks. Okay, so this one looks quite amazing. Okay, so here as you guys can see, I do have the shadows over here as well, and to the borders, if you want to give any border style, okay, so if you want to increase the border style, so in that case just click on 8 and click enter, and here you do have your profile picture which I have just animated, and you can also put different icons over here. Okay, so you can also write some names and all down. Okay, so if you want to use that, or if you want to do it quite like that, you guys will be able to do it from here as well. Okay, so this was the simplest way, and suppose if you want to just put this one, and let's just place it right over here, and if you want to give some different colors, go to elements and just clear this down, go to shapes option, and from shape option take this circle. Okay, so I will just take this particular circle, and what I'm going to do is I am going to increase the size over here, right click, and what I'm going to do is I will just go to the position option, and from the position option I will just try to send it to back. Okay, so now I will just try to position it here in the center. Let's come here and let's take the down layer, and from here if I want to put out any different colors, okay, I will also put some different colors right over here. Let's try to give this one a dark color. Okay, so I will just give this thing a dark color, quite like this. And now I will also give this one a border style. Okay, so I will just give this one a border style quite like this, and this looks quite amazing. Okay, so now you can take this particular file and you can just download this one. Okay, so come here, and what you need to do is you need to go to share option, and from the share now go to download, and in this case now you need to have a transparent background. Okay, so here as you guys can see, now I do have selected the transparent background, and I only want the page number 2. Okay, and now here I will just click on done, and now I will just download this particular file from here. Okay, so now let me just download this particular file, and I will name this file as profile picture. Okay, so I will just name this one as profile picture, and I will just save it accordingly. Okay, so for that I will just come down, I will go to my resource file and save it up. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to create some stunning designs. And the same way, if you want to come here and instead of this color you want to use some gradients, okay, so in that case you guys will be able to work on with the gradients as well. Okay, so if you come here to this color option, suppose let's go down, you want to take some of these things right over here, so in that case come on to this option, and once you've selected the shape you guys can come here, go to the color option, and from the color option you guys will be able to select the shape, and from the solid color option as well you guys can actually work out. Okay, so here you guys can see if you want to change the color, let's take for something in light. Okay, and let's come here and let's take something in light color over here as well. So here you guys can see the intensity of the color has changed. If you want to add a new color into your gradient, you guys can come here and just add a new color on your gradient as well. Okay, so here how you want your gradient to be. Okay, so here you guys can see, and now I can just save this once as well with different frames. Okay, so I will just go to share, go to download, and I will only download this particular page. Click on download option, and here this one is getting downloaded, and I will just name this one as profile picture 2. Okay, so I'll just name this one as profile picture 2. I'll go to my resource file and I'll just save it there accordingly. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood this particular class on how you will be able to create some stunning and professional looking profile picture for your Facebook account, and you can also use it in different platforms as well. Okay, so this is the basic way of how to create a profile picture. So hope to see you all in the next chapter. Okay, keep on practicing Canva and all its features, which I'm just showing you here in this particular class. Take care, everyone. Goodbye. See you all in the next chapter. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Canva for Social Media tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 7, and here I will be showing you how you to create a cover picture for Facebook. Okay, so we'll be learning about that here in this particular chapter. Okay, so let's not waste time and let's get started. So here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Canva application. Okay, so the first thing what I'm going to do right over here is I'll be showing you how to create a cover photo, the first thing you need to do is take a size. Okay, so let's go to my browser over here and let's check what is the normal size for a Facebook cover photo. Okay, so here you guys can see the ideal size for a Facebook cover photo is 820 pixels wide by 312 pixels tall on desktop, and whereas here you guys can see it's 640 pixels wide by 360 pixels tall on smartphones. Okay, so here you guys can see they do have two sizes right over here. The one I will be showing you is I'll be showing you guys in this 820 pixels wide and 312 pixels tall. Okay, so now let's go back to our Canva application again. So to create a customized size, here you guys can come here. Okay, and basically you guys will be able to put the size, which was 820 into 312. Okay, so here you guys can see 820 by 312 pixels. Okay, so I'll just cancel that particular page. So 820, it will be the width, and the height over is going to be 312. Okay, so once I have created this one, I will just click on create new design. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have this particular page right over here where I will be working. Okay, so let me just create another file over here. Okay, so let's check this one out as well. Okay, so let's come here, and what I'm going to do is I am going to take this Facebook cover. Here you guys can see here also you do have the Facebook cover option. If you want to take it from here, you guys can also take it from here as well, but I'm doing it for the ideal size. Okay, so basically here what you need to do is you need to first make this page and put on rulers, okay, on the sides and all. So for that, now the first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my file option. Okay, and from the file option I will go to view settings and I will click on show rulers and guides. Okay, so once I have put my guides and rulers, I will come here and I will just place it accordingly. Okay, so let's come here and let's place it quite like this. Let's bring it over here as well. Okay, so I'll just place it quite like this, and now I will also come here and let's check the size quite here as well. So let's go down, and now again what I'm going to do is I am going to place another ruler quite here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see I have put another ruler. So after this, what I'm going to do is I am going to go here onto my elements option. Okay, so here from the elements option, what I need to do is I need to select a particular background. Okay, so here I have to do all my works, otherwise I need to put all the things which I do want to put right over here. Okay, so for that I need to get a nice background. Okay, so if I want to put a nice background to my cover photo, so in that case I will be putting all that. So what I'll do is I will search from my elements option as a background, and I will click on enter, and here under the graphics option, here you guys can see I do have a lot of it right over here. Okay, so you guys can basically take any of it from here as well. So now let me just take one simple one. Okay, so let's take this particular image, and what I'm going to do is I am going to increase the size of the image quite like this, and here you guys can see. Okay, so I will just place my image or the background as you guys can see right over here. Okay, if you want to increase the size, okay, you guys will be able to increase the size of the image from here as well. Okay, so let's take this particular image right over here. Let's place it here on the sides. Let's click over here, and now let's place it here as well. Okay, so I'll just take this ruler again, and again I'll just put the ruler here onto the line. So now I will come here, let's just go down as well. Okay, so I will just place it down here as well. So let's place this, let's just keep it here on top. Okay, so I will just keep this one here on top as well. And now let's just select the guides over here. Okay, so I will just place the ruler over here again. And once this one is basically done, what you can do is you can come here, clear this thing out, and now you need to search for a frame. Okay, so here you guys can see, if I just come down here, I do have the frames and the grids right over here. Okay, so for that, what I'll do is I will take this particular frame. As you guys can see, it's there already on my screen. And now let me just increase the size of my frame a little bit, as I do want to put an image right over here. And now what I'm going to do is, as I have put on this particular image right over here in this particular box. Okay, so I will come here and I will just type here image, or here, as I have already searched, passport size images. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have a lot of images right over here. So what I can do is I can come here and I can just put this particular image right over here. And suppose if I just double click over here, okay, so what I can do is I can just position the image properly. Otherwise, if I do want to decrease or increase the image size, I will be able to increase the image size here as well. Okay, so now let's come over here. If you wanna expand, you guys will also be able to do that. Okay, so let's come here. Let's just delete this image. Okay, so let's delete this particular image right over here. And now let's just come down again. Okay, and let's search for other images. Okay, so here you guys can see, let's take this image out over here and let's place it quite like this. Okay, so I will just place it right over here, and I can actually adjust the placing of the image, like where do I want to keep this image. Okay, so I will be able to adjust it. If I want to increase the size, I will be able to increase the size accordingly. Okay, so I will just come here and I'll just click OK. And now the next thing, what I'm going to do is I am going to decrease the frame as well. So I will just come over here. Let's just place it right here in one side. If I want to increase the size, I will just increase the size and I'll just keep it here in one side. Okay, so now what I'll do is I will just put out the name. Okay, so I will just give out his name over here. So for that, I do need my text tool. Okay, so I will just click on add a text box, and now I will name him as Samir. Okay, so I'll just name Samir Khan. So I will just name Samir Khan over here, and what I'm going to do is I am going to increase this one, take out my text. Okay, and I can actually play around with what type of fonts do I want to use. Okay, so there are different kind of fonts here, as you guys can see. So I'll just take this particular font from here and I will just place it somewhere over here. Okay, so I need to make sure that I place all of this here inside my ruler. Okay, so here you guys can see, and now I will just write all the other details, like I will just write digital marketer and stuff like that. So I'll just add another box over here, and now I will just come here and now I am going to write those things down. Okay, so I'll come here and I will just write digital marketer or marketing. And what I'll do is same thing. I will come down here. I will just click on Alt and I will just duplicate this layer. Okay. And after that, again, I will just click on backspace. And now I will write graphic designing. Okay. Graphic designing. And after that, again, what I'll do is I will come here, select this layer, click on Alt, and I will just duplicate this layer. Okay, so I will just come here as well. Let's delete this one. Let's come here, and now I will just select all of it, click on backspace, and again I will put UI UX designing. UI UX designing. Okay. So once I've written all these things down, the next thing is I need to place those things accordingly. Okay, so I will just come here and let's just keep the spacing properly. Okay, so if you do want to come here, if you do want to increase or decrease the size, you guys can also do that. So I will just left align it properly. Okay, so I will just try to left align it right over here. If you want to align it well, you guys can also do that. So let's come here, let's click onto this line, and now I will just place it quite over here as well, and let's place it right over here again. Okay, so let's just place it here on top, and after that let's come here, let's place it, and now let's come here and let's place it here as well. Okay, so if you do want to increase the size of the box, you guys can also increase the size of the box from here. If you want to put out a ruler, you guys can also put out a ruler from here to check it properly. Okay, so here you guys can see now I have just put this one quite well. Okay, so now the next thing what I'm going to do is I am going to give these things up a different color. Okay, so I'll just come here and let's search and let's go to the text color option, and here you guys can see I do have a different text color. So I'll just change all of it except this one. I will just come here on top. Okay, so let's go back again. Let me double click here and let's just select this thing, and I will just give this one a dark black color only. Okay, so I'll just come here, and now I am going to select all of this using shift. Okay, so using shift I have selected 3 of this, and I will directly go onto the effects option, and from effects option here you guys can see I do have the option for the outline. If I want to put this thing quite like this, or if I want to make it hollow, I can also make it hollow quite like this as well, and I can actually manage the thickness. Okay, so I will just manage the thickness of this one from here as well. Okay, so here as you guys can see now I do have this particular image right over here. So the next thing again what I'm going to do is I will just place this one here in the exact center. Okay, so now as I have put this one here in the center, and what I'm going to do now is I am going to put up a particular frame again. Okay, so I will come here, I will just clear each and everything out, and now again I will go down. Okay, and here I will take this particular rectangle frame. Okay, so here as you guys can see I have taken this particular rectangle frame, and what I'm going to do now is I am going to increase the size of the frame. Okay, so I will just increase the size of the frame till here, and what I'm going to do is I am going to put up some image. Okay, so I will just type a computer. Okay, so I will just type computer and I'll just click on enter over here. Okay, so from the images what I'm going to do is I will go to the photos from here, and from the photos I will be looking onto the photos which want to take. So I will just place it right over here. Okay, and now I will come here in the transparency option, and I will just decrease the transparency of the image to quite an extent. Okay, so if I do want to decrease the size of the frame, okay, I can also increase the size of the frame from here as well. Okay, so here you guys can come and just decrease the size of the frame from here. Let's come here as well. Okay, so you guys can just decrease the size of the frame from here, and let's select all of these things again. Let's try to give this one a different effect. Let's go to the effect option. If you want to use the lift here, if you want to use the shadows, you guys will be able to use the shadows. And here if you just only want to use the outline, let's search for the glitch option. Okay, so here you guys can check out all of these options as well. Okay, so let's come down right over here, and here you guys can see Now this is how it actually looks. Okay, so instead of this one, if you just come here and if you just place it somewhere here as well, it will also look good. So I can come here, and now what I'll do is I will just select those rulers, and those rulers, I am going to delete those rulers from here. Okay, so I will just select those, and I can basically delete it from my keyboard itself. Okay, so now I will just place it here. Otherwise, there is another way. What you can do is you can just bring it here and place it there accordingly at the same place from where you have taken those things. Okay, so I will just come here and I'll just place it right over here on top as well. Okay, so here you guys can see this is how it actually looks. And if you want to animate this a little bit, okay, so in that case you guys can come here, or you want to put some effects, so go to the elements option again, go to shapes. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have a lot of shapes right over here, and what I can do is I will just place this one. Okay, so let's come here, let's place this box, and what you can do is you can just increase the size of the box here accordingly, and now change the color of the box. Okay, so come here, go to shape, and now just take a white color. Okay, so the same way, if you do want to increase the size of the box, okay, you guys can also increase the size of the box. So from top here as well, you guys can come here and increase the size. Okay, so now select this box, click on the alt option. Okay, so just click on alt, and what you can do is you can just drag and drop it right over here. Okay, so you guys can drag and drop it quite here as well. If you do want to decrease the size, you guys can also decrease the size here accordingly. Okay, so I will just place it quite like this. Okay, and I will just try to take the right alignment. Select this one, click on alt again, and just copy that layer. Otherwise, just delete this one for now. Okay, because I don't need this one. Okay, so I will just click right over here, and again what I'm going to do is if you just go here onto the position option, go to the layers, and now here you guys can actually copy this one, and here you guys can paste it using Ctrl V. Okay, so I will just place it quite like this, and I will just keep the alignment right. Okay, and once the alignment is right, right click over here, go to layer, and I'll just send it to back. Okay, otherwise I will just go back again. I will not go to the back, I will just send this one to the back. Okay, so I'll just keep this one right over here, and this particular frame, if I do want to give this one any border, okay, so I'll just come here and I will just give this one a black color border. Okay, so if I just come here, I can just go to this option, and I can just select the black color, and I can just keep some black color option right over here. Okay, so let's just select that image which I do have over here. Okay, and now if you want to edit only the image, you guys can go to edit photo option from here, and you guys can just edit the photos accordingly. Okay, so if you just come here and let's take this image, if you want to increase the transparency, you guys will be able to increase the transparency from here as well. Okay, so now I will also make this particular letter. Okay, so let's take this letter from here and let's choose a white color. Okay, so I will just give this one a white color over here. And also if I want to put up any other box, okay, so I'll just take another shape from here. So let's take a shape right over here, and what I'm going to do is I am going to put that particular shape. Okay, so I will just increase the size of the shape quite like this, it decrease it the size over here, and now what you can do is select this one, go to the shape color, and from the shape color you guys can just take a black color, and what you can do is you can just place it over here accordingly. So now come here and just place it here accordingly. Okay, so now place it here, and what you can also do is decrease the size from here top, and also decrease the size from this end as well. Okay, so now here you guys can see this one looks quite great. Okay, if you want to put on any graphics and all, okay, so here I will just put on some graphics. Okay, so let's just search for graphics directly from here. Okay, so here you guys can see these are the recently used graphics, and here if you want to put up any YouTube icon or any Facebook icon, you guys will be able to put that over here as well. Suppose if I just type YouTube, okay, and if I just click on enter, here under graphics you guys can see I do have different icons for this one right over here. So let's come here and let's just place it right down. Okay, so you guys can just place it here down as well. So before that, let me just group all of this together. So I will just group all of this, and now wherever I move this thing up, okay, it will be moved accordingly. So I will just place it here as well. If you want me to increase the size, you guys can also increase the size over here accordingly. Okay, so I will just increase the size, and here now I can again put up a text box. Okay, so I'll just add a text box quite like this, and now I will just increase it. I will just decrease the text box, and what I can do is I can just place it over here accordingly. Okay, so I will just place it quite like this. I will decrease the page size over here, and now what I'm going to write is suppose ABC channel. Okay, so I will just write ABC channel, and I will just place this one quite over here. Okay, so let me just decrease the size of the box. Okay, so I will just place the box quite like this, and let me now place it exactly over here. Okay, so let me just place it right over here as well. Again, now what I can also do is I can come here, and now I will just take another Instagram. Let's search for Instagram. Okay, and let's click on enter, and here you guys can see I do have different logos for Instagram here as well. Okay, so let me just come here, let me just decrease the size, and let's place it here accordingly. Okay, so now let's decrease the size, and now I'll just put it here quite like this. And now again I will just take this text box, I'll duplicate this layer, and what I can do is I can come here and let's place it, and I will just type the same thing. Okay, ABC channel, and again I will just take another icon. Okay, so here if I just come and if I just copy, I will be able to get it from here as well. Okay, so now again what I'm going to do is if I just want to add my LinkedIn account, okay, so I can just come here and I will just type LinkedIn, and I'll just click on enter, and here you guys can see I do have the LinkedIn logo here as well. Okay, so I will just decrease the size of the logo from here, and now again I will try to place it accordingly. So I will just place it somewhere over here, take this one, duplicate layer, and now what you can do is you can just place it quite like this. Okay, so I will just place it, and here this one looks quite amazing. Okay, if you want to change the background and all, otherwise if you want to put up any external graphics, you guys can always come here and you guys can search for external graphics from here as well. Okay, so let's take this one. Okay, and now I will just decrease the size, and what I can do is I can just place it somewhere over here. And if you do want to give up any rotation, here you guys can actually give up the rotation accordingly. So suppose let me just keep it somewhere over here, and now using Alt, duplicate this layer, select this one, duplicate the layer, and now I will just rotate this one here as well. Okay, so let's give this thing a rotation over here as well. Okay, so I will just give this one a rotation quite like this, and this is how it actually looks. Okay, so here you guys can see I am done with the cover page. So this is how you guys will be able to make a stunning cover page for your Facebook account. And here also, if you want to put any kind of frames or ribbons, you guys can come here and just search for ribbon. Okay, and just click on enter. Okay, and here under ribbon, you guys can see you do have different frames and different ribbons or graphics, as you guys can see. Okay, so you guys can actually use all of this from here as well. Okay, so you guys will be able to use all of this accordingly. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood this particular class, okay, on how you will be able to make some stunning designs over here into this particular application called Canva. Okay, so I will just put up this ribbon right over here. Let's just move it up quite a bit. Let's just increase the size, and now let's place it right down here. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually work on with the ribbon. And suppose if you come here and if you want to change the color, you guys can also change the color to this. Okay, so to save this thing up, the last thing what you need to do is you need to go to the share option. From the share option, go to download and make sure that you transport it in a PNG format. Okay, so here you guys can see they're showing me that video, audio and animation won't play when exported as this file. Okay, so I don't want that. I don't want it as a PNG file. And from here, basically, I will be able to work on with the size. Suppose here I can see I do have 820 into 312. Okay, so now I can just click here on download. Okay, so here they will just download this particular file, and after that I will be able to save it here on my system accordingly. Okay, so I will come here and now I will just save this file as cover photo for Facebook. Okay, so I will just click cover photo for Facebook, and now I will just save it here in my resource file. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have this particular resource file, and I'm going to save this particular file over here. Suppose this same image you want to take it in other sizes, so come here, go to share option, go to downloads, and from here basically you will be able to choose all of the things right over here. Okay, like what kind of size you want and stuff, you guys will be able to work on with that right over here as well. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter for the Canva for social media tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 8, and here I will be creating a Facebook event cover in Canva. Okay, suppose you do have an event, or you want to welcome people to your event or to join you guys. In that case, once you post that thing, how you will be able to edit that in Canva, I'll be telling you guys about that, whether it's a music party or whether it's even any kind of small event into a restaurant or anywhere. You will be able to create a Facebook event cover in Canva. I'll be showing you guys how. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I am here in the home page of the Canva. So basically the first thing what you need to do is you need to get that particular size, okay, for creating a particular banner. So manually you guys can come here and just customize design over here. Otherwise, what you can do is you guys can directly come here onto the social media option, and from here you guys can basically search. Okay, so these are few of the popular sizes which they basically use. Okay, and if you want to come for Facebook, here you guys can see here you do have the Facebook event cover. Okay, and the size is 1920 into 1080 pixels. Okay, so for that I will just click here on to create blank. Okay, and it will just create me a blank page right over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, now I do have this particular page here in Canva. Okay, so basically from here I will be able to do it kind of like this. But now what I'm going to do is I'll also show you guys how you will be able to change the templates. Okay, suppose if I take a preset template and let's take this one, and here now I will be able to put on all the effects which are over here. Okay, suppose I will just come here and I will just delete this particular box, and I'll just select this one also, and I will just click on to delete. Okay, and what I can do is I can just increase the size of this neon box over here. Okay, so let me just increase the size over here, and now what I'm going to do is I am going to customize it accordingly. Okay, so let's just keep this one here in one side. This one also I'll be keeping it in one side, which we'll use later. Okay, so now first let's start with this box. Okay, so here I have just placed this particular thing here in the exact center. So for that I will just click out, let's select this one, and let's place it accordingly. Okay, so let's place it right over here in the exact center. And the next thing what I'm going to do is now I will come here and I will go to the elements option. Okay, so from the elements option I will search for a party. Okay, so I will just search party and I will just click on enter from my keyboard. Okay, so here as you guys can see, now I do have a lot of images regarding parties over here, as you guys can see. Okay, so if I just come here down here, you guys can see I do have a lot of images right over here. Okay, otherwise instead of party, if I just type a DJ, okay, and if I just click on enter and let's search and let's see what all we do have right over here. Okay, so now I will just click here to see all. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have a lot of images right over here. Okay, so basically what I can do is if I just come here and let's take this image from here, and from here now I will just take this image, and what I'm going to do is I will go to the edit photo option and I will select the background remover option right over here. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have removed the background here as well. Okay, so what I can do is I can just come here and I can just place this accordingly. So I'll just place this one accordingly right over here. And what I can also do is if I do want to increase the size, I will be able to increase the size from the sides as well. Okay, so let's keep this one right over here. Let's bring it quite like this. If you want to increase the size from the sides as well, okay, you will be able to do it quite over here. Okay, so I will just place this particular image here in the exact center, and what I'm going to do is I am going to take this one and now I will just type music. Okay, so I will just type music over here, and what I'm going to do is I am going to place it accordingly. So let's take this one and let's keep this quite over here. Okay, otherwise let's select this inside box which I do have. Okay, so here I have selected the inside box, and now I will just delete this one. Okay, so you can just click on delete from your keyboard, and now here as I do have this particular DJ, I will just try to place it here in the exact center, and now I will just try to put it quite like this. So let's decrease the size right over here, and now just place it here on the top. Okay, otherwise I can just change it to music fest. Okay, I can just change it to music fest, and now I will just decrease the size of the font from here a little bit, and let's take this thing again and now just place it right over here. Okay, so I have just placed it right over here as well. Now I do have the DJs over here as well. So the next thing for my event, what I can do is I can just type join us. Okay, So what I can do is I will come here and I will go to the text option. Okay, so from the text option here, I do have a lot of presets, okay, which I can basically use right over here. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have a lot of presets, and let me take this particular preset and let's just place it quite down over here. Okay, if I do want to decrease the size, okay, I will be able to decrease the size from here as well. So I will just come here. The first thing, as I do have all of these three, I will just ungroup all of this first. Okay, so I will just ungroup this one. Let's select outside. Let's select this, delete this one as well. I will just delete it. And what I'm going to do is now I am going to write my thing. Okay, so I will just click here and I will click on join us. And now I will just increase the size of the box. Okay, and I will just decrease the size of the letter here as well. Okay, so I will just click on join us, and after that I will just give the location. Okay, so what I'll do is now I will just take another type of fonts. Okay, so I will come here, and what I'm going to do is I am going to write those things accordingly. Okay, so for that, again, what I need to do is I need to take another type of font, and let's search which type of font should I take. So let's take this font right over here, and here now what I'm going to do is I am going to give out the location. So again, I will just ungroup this one. Okay, and now I will just place this right over here, and what I'll do is I will just write down the location. So let's place my cursor over here, and now join us, and I'll just give the location St. Mary's, or I will just write St. So let's give out a different location, South Pacific Resort. And then I'll just give out comma. Okay, comma, then I'll just second floor. I will just give second floor, and what I'll do is I will just select this one till here. I will just select this till here, and now I will just cut this one out. And what I'm going to do is I am going to paste this one here in the center, or here at the starting. Okay, so I will just place my cursor here at the center, Control V, and now I will come here and I will just give out a comma as well. Okay, if you want me to give out a space, I can also give out a space over here. Okay, so now I will just try to align it here in the center. Okay, I will select this one, and I will go here for the alignment, and now I have just aligned this thing here in the exact center. And after this, what I'm going to do is I am going to place it properly. Okay, so now let's select this word, and now I am going to change the text color here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have a lot of options for colors from which I can choose on. So let's take this color, let's see how it actually looks. Yeah, this one looks nice. And now here I can also mention the price. Okay, so I will just type entry. So let's take this word now. Okay, so let's take this and let's write entry. I will come here, I will just go backspace, I will just write entry equals to $20. Otherwise, let's say 25. Okay, so let's say $25 entry. And now what I'm going to do now is I am going to select this one, and now I will just decrease the size over here. And what I can also do is I will just place it right over here. Okay, I will just place this one right over here. And if I wanted to want this one to be highlighted, so in that case I will go here onto the elements option, and from the elements option I will also be able to use a lot of things. Okay, so here onto the graphics, okay, I can come here and I can just place this graphics let's just decrease the size of the graphics right over here. And what I can also do is I can just place this one right here. Okay, so let's just place it right over here, or I will just select this particular place and right click over here, go to the layer option, and I'll just send it to back. Okay, so here you guys can see now I have just sent it to back. And again, what I'm going to do is I will just duplicate this layer using the Alt. I will select this one, and now after selecting this one, I'll click on Alt, and now I will just duplicate this layer here as well, and I will try to align it properly. Okay, so I will just try to align it properly, and here you guys can see now this one looks better. Okay, so here, as I wanted to highlight this one, again I will go to my all option and I'll just delete my search from here. Okay, so suppose here I will tell that what all is included. So let me just move this one a bit here on top. Okay, so I will just move this one a bit on top, and now what I'm going to do is I am going to place here at top as well, and I will just come here, let's place it in 225, and let's place a white box over here on top. So for that, again I will select this particular box. What I'm going to do is I am going to place this box accordingly. Okay, so I will come here, and now I will just increase the size of the box from here. Let's select the text over here. Otherwise, if you want to select the box, you guys can also do that from here as well. Okay, so I will just select the box. Let's go to shape and let's try to see how different colors will look like. Okay, so here you guys can see now the white looks better. Okay, so if I do want to change the spacing or anything, I can just change the spacing and stuff accordingly. Okay, so from here I can also write unlimited drinks and food. Okay, so I will come here, take my text tool, and from the text tool, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this text box. So from the text box, I'll just click on this, and I'll just delete this one, and I'll just write unlimited drinks and food. Okay, so I will just give this one, and what I can do is I will just write included, and I will just decrease the size of this particular box which I do have over here, and now I will just place both of this here accordingly. Okay, so I will just come here, and what I can do is I can just come and I will just increase the size of the box right over here. If I want to make it bold, okay, I will just select all of this, and from here I will just make it bold that it's quite visible. Okay, so here you guys can see. And again over here, now what I'm going to do is I am going to take this particular text. Okay, so let's see which text will look good. Otherwise, I can also take it from the font panel. So I'll just add a text box right over here, and now I am going to write a DJ Navabi. Okay, so I will just write DJ Navabi right over here, and what I'm going to do is I am going to just place it right over here, and now I will just place it here just beside. Okay, so I will just place it somewhere over here, or maybe here somewhere. Okay, so I will just place it right here in the middle. Okay, so I can just place it and I can just increase the size accordingly. Okay, so if I do want to work with the text type, I can also check on what are the text fonts type do I have available right over here. Okay, so here you guys can see there are a lot of recommended fonts right over here, and I can just play with all of those. Let's see which one looks better. So here you guys can see I have just applied the Futura display. So I will just keep this one right over here, and what I can do is I can just place it in here one corner. Okay, so I can just place it right over here, or I will just mask this image. Okay, so let me come here, and if you want to mask the image, you guys will be able to mask it as well. Okay, So now let's come to this particular part. Let's take a elements box, and from the elements box, let's take this box right over here. If you want to come here, and what you want to do is you just want to place the box quite like this, just decrease the size over here. And now I want to have the same color which I do have here on the back. So I will just go to the color option, and let's take the color and let's place it quite like this. And now what I'm going to do is I am going to take this one and I'm going to put it right underneath. Okay, so I will just put it right underneath, and this looks quite good, as you guys can see right over here. And now the next thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the date and the event timing. Okay, so for that, now what I can also do is I can come here onto the text option. Okay, and now I will just add a text box, and from here let's just type J. Okay, so I will just type J over here, and now let's just move it up here in one corner. Okay, and now let's increase the size. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I will come here, and using Alt I will take or make different boxes. Okay, so I will just come here, let's take this, and now I do have these 4 boxes. So here I will write U, and over here I will just write in, and here I will be writing E. Okay, so here I do have this particular 4 words, and what I'm going to do now is I am going to place it here in one side. Okay, so I will just place it right over here. Let's just place it accordingly. Okay, so let's come here, let's place it, and now let's take this in over here. I will just place it here in one side. Let's take this one as well, and now I will just place it quite over here as well. Okay, so I will just place it, and now again I will just take another text box. So I'll just copy this one only using the Alt, and now I will just write the date. Okay, so I will just write 13th 2022. Okay, so I will just write quite like this. I will just decrease the size over here, and what I'm going to do is I will just place it right over here, and I just want you guys to view it quite like this. Okay, so make sure you choose the alignment properly. Okay, so here I do have this alignment over here, and now I am going to write the timing as well. Okay, so again using Alt I will just duplicate this layer, and now I will just write the timing here as well. Okay, so suppose starts from, I will just write starts at 8 p.m. IST. Okay, so I will just write starts at 8 p.m. IST, and I'll just increase it a little bit, and what I can do is I can just place it somewhere over here as well. Okay, so I will just place it right over here, and if I do want to give up any line, okay, so I can just give some lines over here as well. So for that, again, what I need to do is I need to go here onto the elements option, and here under shapes you guys can see I do have different lines. Okay, so if I just rotate this thing up, okay, so let's just rotate this thing according to the 90 degree. So I will just take this particular line right over here, and now let's just place it accordingly. Okay, so I will just decrease the size of the line as well. If you want a straight line, you guys can basically use this one. Okay, and here as well you guys can see. Now I will come here, let's just place it right underneath over here. Now I will just duplicate this layer as well. Okay, so I will just duplicate this line, and now using Shift, let's give this thing a rotation. So now if I just select this one, okay, and if I just give this thing a rotation, what I'm going to do is I am going to get an exact 90 degree. Okay, so I will just take this 90 degree line right over here, come here and just place it here in one side. Okay, if I do want a straight line. If I want to extend the line, I can also extend the line quite like this. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have this exact line, and I can just place it quite over here as well. Okay, so now again I will come here and I'll just extend this particular line as well. I will just extend the line quite over here, and I'll just leave it up. Let's take this text box and let's place it here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see now this one looks better. Okay, and now if I do want to add some graphics, okay, so here you guys can see I do have a lot of graphics over here as well. Okay, so here I do have a lot of graphics. Let's just go to the magic recommendation and let's check all this out. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have a lot of it right over here, and what I can do is here, as you guys can see, I do have these graphics right over here, and I'll just go to colors and I want to make this one as white color. Okay, so I will just increase the size of this one, and what I'm going to do is I am going to place it quite over here. Okay, so I will just place it quite like this here in the center. So if you do want to decrease the size a little bit, you guys can also decrease the size a little bit. Let's try to put this one here in the exact center. So now I will just decrease the size from this end a little bit. I will come here and now right click, go to the layer option, and here you guys can just set this thing to the back. Okay, so here now I can also select this layer. Suppose if I want to select it, I can just select it accordingly, and I will be able to move it up here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see this one is basically done. Okay, and you guys can come here and take this box, click on Alt, and now just duplicate this layer. And lastly, you guys can write last date of registration. Okay, so you can just like last day of registration, and you guys can actually increase the size of the box, and now just decrease the size over here as well. And what you can do is you can just place it quite over here, and now just click on Alt. Okay, so just click on Alt and duplicate this box here as well, and just type 12th May 2022. Okay, so here you guys can just place it accordingly. So I will just place it up quite over here, and now here you guys can also see that I do have the last date of registration over here as well. Okay, so if I do want to put it inside any box, I can also put it here inside any box as well. Otherwise, I can just take one of it and I will just come here. Let's select this. Let's select this particular line which I do have over here. Otherwise, let's select this, click on copy, and now Control V to paste it up. Okay, so I have just pasted up over here as well, and now I will just move it around. Okay, so I will just move it around over here, and if you want to increase the line style, okay, you guys can change the line style here as well. Okay, and here you guys can see what type of line do I want. I can also check those things out as well. Okay, so let me just give this thing a rotation quite fast. Okay, so let me just give this a rotation of 180, and now I will just place it quite over here in the center, and I will just decrease the line size. Okay, so I will just decrease it quite over here, and now I will just decrease it here from this side as well. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have these lines right over here. Okay, and this is the poster for my music fest. Okay, so here you guys can see all the contents right over here are quite visible. I have used all of this text. I have just modified this particular place as well. I have also showed you guys how you will be able to put on images without a background. Okay, so once this one is done, the last thing which you need to do is you need to come here, go to the share option, and from the share option you guys can go to downloads, and from here basically you guys will be able to download it in a PNG form. Okay, so you guys will be able to download it from a PNG form, and I will just click on download, and this thing is getting downloaded right over here. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this class on how you will be able to make one Facebook event cover in Canva. Okay, so here I will just save it up. Okay, so I will just save this one as Facebook. I will just click backspace. I will just write Facebook event cover. Okay, so I will just write event cover, and I'll just save it accordingly. So let's come here onto the desktop option, and I will just save it here onto my resource file and click on save it, and this one is being saved. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class on how to make one over here. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Canva for social media tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 9, and here I'll be making an animated Facebook story in Canva. Okay, so I'll be showing you guys how you will be able to make an animated Facebook story here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Canva application. So for that, to make an animated story, first I need to go here onto my social media panel, and from here I will choose the Facebook option, and from the Facebook option here, if I just scroll a bit down, okay, so here you guys can see now I do have the option for Facebook story. Okay, and the size is 1080 into 1920 pixels. Okay, so here the first thing what I'm going to do is I am going to click here, and it will create me a blank page quite like this. Okay, so here as you guys can see, now I do have this particular part right over here, and now what I'm going to do is I am going to take or go onto the elements option. Okay, so from the elements option now I will come here and I will just type frames. Okay, so I will type frames and I will just click onto the enter option, and let me get this rectangle frame over here, and I will just place it quite like this, and let's just increase the frame size, and also I will just increase it from here as well. Okay, so here I do have one frame, and now again just clear this out, and from here let's take one shape. Okay, so here as you guys can see, I do have a shape right over here as well. Let me place it properly. Let me just get it here in the same size. Let's just place it over here, and let's come down, straight down, quite like this. And if you do wanna change the size, you guys can also do that. Okay, you guys can always resize the frames and all. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I am going to put up an image right over here. Okay, so here in this particular elements bar, let's search for some photos. Otherwise, let's go here onto the photos option, and here you guys can see I do have a lot of photos right over here. Okay, and let's search for a computer. Okay, so let me just search computer right over here. Let's click on enter, and here you guys can see I do have a lot of images of computers right over here. So I will just check out which image can I use for my frame over here. Okay, so if you do want to search some image with more specification, okay, so you guys can search here, and you guys can type vertical computer images. Okay, let me just search it out from here, and here you guys can see now I do have a lot of images right over here as well. Okay, so from here basically there are a lot of images. So from here let's take this image, and now I will just delete it first. I will just drag and drop it here into my frame. Okay, So I will just drag and drop it right over here. And basically, if you do want to work, okay, you guys can come here and you guys will be able to place it accordingly. Okay, so let me just place it quite like this. And here you guys can see now I do have this particular image right over here. Okay, so let me just decrease the transparency of the image. Okay, so let me just give it a 75 transparency, and I'll just click on enter, and this is how it's going to look. Okay, so once you're done with this part here as well, the next thing what you're going to do is you are going to work on with your text. Okay, so come to the text option, and from here text, add a text box over here. Okay, so here in the text box, what you can do is you can just write down your text. Okay, so I will come here and I will type new content for, otherwise I will just write new content over here, and let's just increase the size quite like this. Let's select all of this again, and now I want to turn it into all caps. Okay, so now I will come here, let's select this, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to decrease the size from here as well. Okay, let's come here, let's make it bold. And if you want to try for different text type, you guys can always try for different text type here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have different text types here as well. Let's just decrease the size. And what I'm going to do is I am going to put out this text right over here, new content. And after that, I will just duplicate this one. Okay, so let me just duplicate this layer. And what I'm going to do is I am going to come here and I will just write for. And let me just increase the text size. Okay, so I will just increase the text size quite from here. And what I'm going to do is I am going to just place it quite here on one side. Okay, so I will just place it quite here in the center. Okay, so I will just place it quite like this. Otherwise, you guys can come here, go to the effects option, and from the effects option, you guys can actually choose the outline. Okay, you guys can come here and basically choose for an outline as well. So let's select this, let's select the outline from here as well, and let's go with a white color. Okay, so here you guys can come and just place it here accordingly. Okay, so I have just placed this one right over here, and now I am going to type for UI UX. Okay, so now I'll take this text box, click on Alt and just copy it right underneath over here. And now I am going to again select all of this, click on the backspace on my caps, UI UX. Okay, so I will just write UI UX right over here. Now let's select this one up, and now let's increase the size of the text box. Okay, so I will just come here, let me just decrease the size of the text box from here, and let's select this and let's place it right here as well. Okay, so here as you guys can see, I will just place it quite here, and let's try to keep the alignment fine. Okay, so I will just try to keep the alignment fine over here, and let me just place it quite over here as well. Okay, so now here you guys can see now I do have this particular thing present over here. Now the next thing what I'm going to do is if I do want to change the color and stuff, I will be able to change the color and stuff from here as well. So let's select 3 of it from here. Let's go to the text color and let's go for a white color, and after that let's go to effects. Okay, and in the outline let's select a black color outline quite over here. Okay, so once I have selected this one, let's go to effects again, and here if you want to increase the thickness, you guys will be able to increase the thickness from here as well. Okay, so here I will select this one, go to effects, And if you do want to increase the thickness, you guys will be able to increase the thickness from here as well. Okay, so now let me just decrease the box size from this end. Let me just move out over here. Let me just move this thing up. Otherwise, what you can also do is you can come here and just decrease the size of the box accordingly. Okay, so I will come here, I will just decrease the box size, and let me just place it accordingly over here, okay, in the same line. And now this one looks quite better. Okay, so here now this part is basically done. Okay, so here if you want to create a button, okay, in that case here you guys can go to the elements option, and from the elements option what you can do is you guys can go to the shapes and click on see all. And here, as you guys can see, now I do have a lot of shapes right over here. So from here, let's take this one, okay, and now I will just place it right over here. Okay, so let me just place it right over here in the center. Okay, so let me just increase the size of this, and let's just keep it here in the exact center. Okay, so now again I will go here onto the text option, add a text box, and I will write join us. Okay, so I will just write join us over here, and let's increase the size. Okay, let's select both of this, and now just make it bold, and now change the size. Okay, so now come here, and now what you can do is you can just place this text here in the center. Okay, so here you guys can basically place the text, and after that I will come here again. What I can do is I can just go back, only select this text, and now just place it here in the exact center. Okay, so now here you guys can see this is how you guys will be able to create a page quite like this. Okay, so this is for this particular story which I have just created. Okay, so if you want to put on more graphics, okay, you guys can anytime put on more graphics. Let's search if we do have any nice graphics which we can use. Okay, so let's click on enter, and now here you guys can see I do have a lot of graphics which I can basically use right over here. And now let's come here down, and here you guys can see there are a lot of graphics which you can basically use. And now here you guys can just take this one and maybe place it right over here in one corner. Okay, so here you guys can just place it here in one corner. Otherwise you guys can just take out any image. Okay, so you guys can just come here and just check out for any image regarding this UI UX. Okay, so let's take this graphic, and what you can also do is if I just come here and if I just place it here in one corner, let's take this graphic and let's decrease the size from here, and now let's just place it here in one side, and come here and just place it here in the center as well. Okay, so just place it here in the center and increase the size of the box, and now I will just place it here in the center as well, and now I will just decrease the size of the box from here. Okay, so I will just decrease the size of the box, make sure the alignment is fine. So here again, if I come here onto the elements option, okay, so this one I have placed it quite well. Take these shapes. Okay, so here now as I do have this one, let's come here and let's place it here in the down. Okay, so I will just place it here and I will try to align it exactly to the line. Okay, so here as you guys can see I have aligned it quite over here, and the same way I will come down. Let's align it here in the same line. So here I have just aligned this one, and let's click on Alt, and now let's just bring it here on top a little bit as well. Okay, so I will just come here, I will just skip this one right over here, and let's come down, And here also you guys can see now I do have all of these three boxes right over here. Let's select this box, go to the color option, and from the color option here you guys can see now I do have different colors. And here I will just come on top and I'll just try to take it from the photo colors itself. Okay, so here now I do have all these colors right over here, and this is how it will actually look. Okay, so now I am done designing this particular page. So the next thing what I need to do is I need to come here and I need to select these boxes around. Okay, so here I will just select all of this, and now I am going to animate all of this as well. Okay, so what you can do is you can come here and you can just select this particular box, go to the animate option, and here you guys can see how all of this looks like. Okay, so here you guys can see, okay, so this is how it will just appear. And if you just want it to wipe in, it will also wipe in quite like this. Okay, so if you want it to rotate, okay, so I will just come here, let's just place it a bit down, let's select the whole page around. Okay, so I will just select this whole page right over here, and from here what I'm going to do is I am going to go to the animate option, and now let's see how it will actually appear on the screen. Okay, so this is the sleek one. Okay, and here this is the fun and corporate chill, this is the chill one, this one is the party mode. Okay, so these are some combinations, and here these are few of the basic option. Okay, if you want it to come here and just place it as a scrapbook, you guys can come here and place it accordingly as well. So let's place the scrapbook on here, and now I will just click on enter. Okay, and here you guys can see the time duration is 5 seconds. Okay, if I want to increase it or if I want to decrease it, totally depends up to me and my animation. Okay, so here as you guys can see, if you just want to see a preview, here on this top corner you guys can see a play button. Okay, you guys can click here onto the play button, and this is how it will basically appear here on your Facebook story. Okay, so now from here only I will just select onto the download option, and from the download option I will just save it as a MP4 video. Okay, so I will just save it as an MP4 video, and I do have other options as well, like if you want to save it in SVG, PDF format. Okay, but then you won't have any kind of animation. Let's go to share again, let's go to downloads, and let's download this particular video which I had just created using Canva. Okay, so I will come here, I'll wait for it to get downloaded. But I hope you guys have understood this class on how to create one stunning Facebook animated story. Okay, so now I will come here again, I will just click on backspace, and I will just name this file as animated Facebook story. Okay, so I will just write animated Facebook story. Okay, so I will just write animated Facebook story. I'll go onto my desktop, and from here I will just save this file here in my resource file. Okay, so see you all in the next chapter. Keep on practicing. Take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of Canva for social media tutorial. So now this is the chapter number 10. And here I'll be making a Facebook post in Canva. Okay, so I'll be showing you guys how you'll be able to create a Facebook post in Canva. We'll be learning all of that in detail here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Canva application. So the first thing what I need to do is go to the social media option from here, and after coming to the Facebook option, you guys can come here and basically you guys can check you do have the Facebook post blank page right over here. Okay, so this is the landscape one. So let's take this and let's try to design it accordingly. Okay, so this is the size of a Facebook post. Okay, and here I will be designing accordingly. Okay, so here let's just put up some agencies over here. Okay, let's just put up for a hiring thing right over here, or this is just a banner or something. In that case, what we are going to do is first I will come here and I will go onto the elements option. Okay, so from the elements option I will search for frames. Okay, so let's search frames and let's click on enter, and here you guys can see now over here I do have a lot of frame sizes over here. Okay, so let's go down, let's check out. Okay, so what all frames we do have over here, and the one which I'm searching for is a polygon. Okay, frames, and let's type polygon over here. Okay, polygon, and let's click on enter. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have a polygon frame right over here. So once I'm done here, what I can do is I can just place it quite like this right over here. Let me just place it accordingly. If I do want to put it here in the middle, okay, I will be able to do it from here as well. Okay, and once I'm done, now I am going to place an image. Okay, so now I will come here and I will just select group discussion, and I will just click on enter. And here you guys can see I do have a lot of photos of a group discussion right over here. Okay, so from here now I am going to take up an image and I'm going to put that image right over here. Okay, so now I will just place up this image. If I want to change the positioning of the image, I will be able to change the positioning of the image here as well. Okay, so this one looks good. If I do want to move it up a little bit, I will be able to move it up a little bit here as well. Okay, so now once I'm done, let's come here and let's select the border style. Okay, so I will just try to put up a border over here. Okay, so let me just change the width of the border and let's go for 20. Okay, and I'll just click on enter, and here now I do have the stroke or the border color, and here let's go to the coloring option. Let's come to this yellow color and let's try to get some colors right down here. Okay, so now I do have this particular style right over here, and the next thing what I'm going to do is I am going to duplicate the layer which I have right over here. Okay, so I can basically duplicate the layer, and now what I'm going to do is I am going to click on Alt and I am going to take another layer out of it. Okay, so here as you guys can see I do have another layer. What I'm going to do is I am going to come here and now I am going to detach the image, and I will just delete the image from here, and now I will select this and I don't want any border. Okay, so from here I don't want any border, but now I am going to give this one a different fill color. Okay, so let's see what kind of fill color can I give. I will go with something red. Okay, so something in dark red color, and now I am going to right click over here and go to the layer option, and from the layer option I will try to send it here in the back. Okay, so I will try to send this particular thing here on the back side, and now let's just place it quite like this, and I will just try to bring it down right over here. Okay, so now I will just place it quite like this, and again what I'm going to do is I am going to go to the elements option, and from the elements option let me take some other shapes here as well. Okay, so let's go with a triangle over here. Okay, so I will just place up this triangle right over here, and what I'm going to do now is I am going to place this triangle accordingly. Okay, so let's just place this triangle right over here, and now right click. Okay, otherwise go to the position option, and now here you guys can click on send to back option. Okay, so here now I do have sent this particular thing to the back. Okay, and if you want to create another shapes and stuff, you guys will be able to create some different shapes here as well. Okay, so let's take this shape, and what you're going to do is come here, select this one up, and now if you do want to give this thing a rotation, you guys can come here and give this thing a rotation quite like this. Okay, so come here and let's just go down a little bit, and if you want to give this thing a rotation, you guys will be able to give this thing a rotation here as well. Okay, so now just come here and I will try to position it quite fine. Okay, so I will just try to position it quite fine like this, and I will just try to align it here with the same line. Okay, so I will just align it here in the same line, as you guys can see right over here. And now let's try to get another position. Okay, so let's take this one right over here, and now let's try to place it accordingly. So let me just give this thing a rotation right over here. Okay, so let's just place it, and what you can do is you can just give this thing a rotation here as well. Right click and now go to layer option and just send it to back. Okay, so I will just select a different color over here, and now I can just go to this color option. Okay, so I will just take up a different color quite over here as well. Okay, so let's select this one and let's try to get a different color here as well. Okay, so I will just go back again. Let's just place it the way it was. So I will just place it right over here. Otherwise, let's just change the color. Okay, so now I will come here. Let's take a different color and let's go with the dark color or this particular light color over here. Okay, so I will just place it quite like this. And if you do want to give any borders, so in that case, you guys can come here and you guys can actually give some border styles. Okay, so here, if you want to increase the size of the borders, you guys can come here and you guys can give some border styles. So the same way, come here and just go to the border size. So let's take this one, and from here let's go to the border option and let's give this one a color here as well. Okay, so from here basically you guys will be able to choose up from different colors. Okay, so let's come here, let's go down, and from here let's just increase the border style. Okay, so let's come here and let's put on 10 and let's click enter. And now for this one, let's come here and let's give this one a dark color. Okay, otherwise I will come here, Control Z, go to the border color. Let's take a border and let's try to give this border a different color. Okay, so come here and just let's give this one a color quite like this. Come here and just give this value of 10 and just enter. Okay, so now yeah, this part looks quite good. Okay, so now the next thing I am going to work on with the text. Okay, so here into the text option, now I will just add up a text box, and now I will just write UI UX designing. Okay, so now I will come here and I will type UI UX. Okay, so UI UX over here, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to decrease the size of the box. Let's select this one, and now what I'm going to do is I am going to increase the font size to 100, and I will just click on enter. And now what I'm going to do is I am going to come here, and now I am going to take this whole text. Okay, so I will just take this particular text and I will search for the best font which I can use it right over here. Okay, so let's search for different fonts. Let's go to the display option, and from the display option here you guys can see there are a lot of things right over here. Let's go to the Zico display and let's try to see or explore more of it. Okay, so here you guys can see, and let's come here and let's take this headline. And now what I can also do is I can just place this one, or let's take the Toqueham. Okay, so here you guys can also see how it actually looks. And what I can do is I can just place it right over here, and maybe I will just decrease the size of this one quite like this. Okay, so now let's select this one. Let's click on Alt and let's just bring it down over here. And now what you're going to do is you are going to select, okay, and I will just write design. And after writing design, what I'm going to do is I will come here. Let's just increase the size. Let's decrease it quite like this. Okay, so I will just decrease it quite like this over here. And what I'm going to do now is I am going to write agency. So let's take this, click on Alt. Let's come here. And now I will just type agency over here. So for that, I want to use some different text style. Okay, so let's go with this handwriting option. Okay, and let's just come down over here. Let's see which one looks good. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have a lot of it right over here. And now I can just come here and now I will just type agency. Okay, so I will just type agency right over here. Let's select this text up. Okay, and let's try to place it with different text. Okay, so let's see this one. Okay, and let's try to check all these ones out. Okay, so here as you guys can see, I can come here, I can just increase the size, and lastly I will just decrease it from here as well. Okay, so what I can do is I can just place it here on top. Okay, so if I do have a different color, so I will just go here onto the text color and I will just take up this one quite like this. And now let's select it right over here and let's just go here on top, and I'll just go here on top as well. And now this one looks quite nice. Okay, so here now what I'm going to do is I am going to write we are hiring. Okay, and what I'm going to do after that is I am going to place my text accordingly. Okay, so now I will come here. Let's just take a text box, and from here I will just type we are hiring. Okay, so I will just write we are hiring right over here. And now let's just increase the size of the text. Let's select all of this. Okay, let's select all these things right over here and go for the caps. And now I will just try to place it quite here as well. Okay, so I will just place it here, and if I do want to increase the size, I can also increase the size here accordingly. If you want to make it bold, okay, you guys can also make it bold, and if you want to tilt it, you guys can also tilt it accordingly. Okay, so if you want to come right over here, let's go to the elements option. From here, let's take one shape. Okay, so let's come here, and now let's just decrease the size of the box. So I will come here, I will just decrease the size of the box from here as well. Okay, so I will just come here, and now I will just place it quite like this. Okay, so let's just place it here in the center. Let's select this box, and now I will just place it here in one side as well. Okay, so the last thing what you can do is you can just give your contact information. Okay, so here you guys can come and you guys can just give your contact information. Okay, or you guys can also put out the website. Suppose in that case, what I can also do is I can come here and let's take a text box. Okay, so I will just add a text box and I will write www.uyux.com. Okay, so as you guys can see, now I do have this particular thing right over here, and you guys can also make this one bold. Okay, so I will just select all of it, and from here I will just make this one bold, and after that I will just give this thing a rotation here as well. Okay, so I will just give this thing a rotation from here, and now I will just try to align it right over here. And what I can do is I can just place this thing accordingly. Okay, so now I will just try to place this one here in the exact same line. Okay, so let's come here. Let's just increase the size of the text box. Okay, so I will come here and I will just try to give this one a straight line. Let's try to place it right over here. Okay, otherwise I can also place it here in down part. Okay, so I can just place it here in the down part as well. Okay, so I will just take it here in the 0 degrees and I will just take out a text. Okay, so I will just take this particular text and I'll just select it and I'll just change the color of this text to white. Okay, and here if you want to use different text styles, then I'll just go back from here and let me just come down, and from here I can use one. Okay, so let's take this text type, and here you guys can basically come here and you guys can actually work accordingly. Okay, and lastly, what you can also do is once you are done with this particular part right over here, let's just select both of this and let's group it up. Okay, so I will just group both of this accordingly right over here. And what you're going to do now is you are going to come here. Let's go to the elements option, and from the elements option, let's search for background. Okay, so I will just search for background over here. Let's click on to the enter option. Let's see what are the backgrounds do I have right over here. Okay, so let's take this background, and what you're going to do is I am going to increase the size of the background quite like this. Okay, so I'll come over here and I will also increase the size. Okay, so I will just increase the size quite like this, and what I'm going to do is I'll go to layer option, and now I will just send this one to the back. Okay, so here you guys can see now I already do have a background over here as well. And now if I want to add some graphics, okay, in that case I will come here and I will add some graphics over here accordingly. Okay, so I'll come here and over here I will just place those graphics accordingly. So let's come here and let's just put the graphics right here as well. Okay, so I will just place the graphics right over here, and let's just duplicate a layer. Okay, so I will just go Ctrl Z, just select this graphics and place it right here on top. Okay, come here, select this, click on Alt, and now again I will just place it here. Okay, and I will just decrease the size. So I will just decrease the size from here as well. Okay, and I'll just place it here accordingly. Okay, so now this one is basically done. If you want to put on some borders and all, you guys will be able to put on some borders and all here as well. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class on how you will be able to make one Facebook post in Canva. So now the last thing which I'm going to do is go to the share option, go to downloads, and make sure you download it in a PNG format. Okay, so make sure you download it in a PNG format and just click onto your download button and it will get downloaded quite easily. Okay, so here you guys can see now this file got downloaded, and I will just name this file as Facebook post. Okay, so I will just name this as Facebook post, and I will just save it here onto my desktop here in my resource file, and I'll just save it right over here. Okay, so see you all in the next chapter. Keep on practicing, take care, and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of Canva for social media tutorial. So now this is the chapter number 11, and here I will be making a Facebook video in Canva. Okay, so I'll be showing you guys from scratch how you will be able to do that here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Canva application. So to create a new design, there are different ways of how you will be able to create a new design from here. Okay, so if you click here onto the create a design, and if you type Facebook video, okay, so let me just type Facebook video right over here. Let's click on enter, and here you guys can see now I do have a different Facebook video presets right over here. Okay, so this is for shop video ad, this is for news Facebook video, okay, a lot of it. So from here I can actually take this one, okay, which is 1080 into 1080 pixels. Otherwise, what I can also do is I can just go to the social media option, and from social media I will just click here onto the Facebook, okay, and from the Facebook I can also come here and take this Facebook video preset right over here. Okay, so now once I do have this particular page here, you guys can see this is the page, or this is the place where we'll be working onto our video. I'll show you guys from the scratch how to do it. Okay, so here you guys can actually see this is 1080 into 1080 pixels, like the width is 1080 pixels and also the height is 1080 pixels as well. Okay, so this is one way. Okay, you guys can come here and you guys can take different presets from here, and you guys will be able to add all of those into your video, and I'll be showing you guys by doing it from the scratch over here. So the first thing in here, what you can do is come here onto the elements option. Okay, so go here onto the elements option, and from the elements option search background. Okay, so I'll be putting on a background here on my page right over here, and under background here you guys can see I do have a lot of background under videos. Okay, so I can also use all of these videos right over here. Okay, as you guys can see. Okay, so here you guys can actually get the preview of how that will basically look. Okay, so here also you guys can see I do have these videos, and these are some nice animations which you can also use onto your video. And otherwise, if I just come down here, also you guys can see I do have a lot of it right over here as well. Okay, so for me, I will just take some photos, or I will take it from some graphics. Okay, so just let's take this particular photo, and what I can do is I will just increase the size from here. Let's just place it quite like this. Let's come down, let's increase the size from here, and let's increase the size from here, this corner as well. Okay, so now what you're going to do is I am going to come here, and now I am going to write sneaker. Okay, so I will just write sneaker, and I will just click on enter. So here you guys can see now I do have different graphics of sneakers, and also I do have a lot of photos right here as well. Okay, so I can just come down and let's see which one should I choose from here. Okay, so you guys can come here and just take up any image from here. So what I'm going to do is I will just click on this image, and what I'm going to do now is I will go here onto the edit photo option, and from the edit photo option I will go to the Magic Studio, and from the Magic Studio I will just click on to the BG remover, which will just remove the background right over here. Okay, so I will just increase the size of the shoe quite like this. If I do want to give this thing a rotation, I will be able to give this thing a rotation from here as well. Okay, so let's just place it somewhere over here. Okay, and what I can also do is I can come here and I can just add up a new box. Okay, so let me just add up a new box. Let's come here, let's take this image, right click, copy, come here to this box and click on Ctrl V. Okay, so what I can do is I will just bring this one and I will just copy this one first. Okay, so let me just copy this one, and from here now I will just drop this one over here. Okay, Ctrl V to drop it, and here I have dropped this one. So as I'm here into the first video, what I'm going to do is now I'm going to select this one and I'm going to delete this one accordingly. Okay. So now the first thing what I'm going to do over here is I am going to come onto this option and I will go here on my text option right over here. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have a lot of text option from which I can choose from. Okay, so these are different kind of presets. Okay, so let me just take this particular preset and let me just put it over here. Okay, so I will just write new drop. Okay, so let me just write new drop over here. Let's take this box again. Let's just delete this one and I will just write new drop. And now what I'm going to do is I am going to decrease the size of the box right over here. Okay, so I will just decrease the size quite over here and let's increase, or let's just place it here in the exact center. So I will just try to place it here in the exact center, and here you guys can see now I have just animated this particular part here as well. Okay, so if I do want to put some animation transition, okay, I will also put this one over here. So now let's add another box, and what I can do is I will just put that box here in the middle. Okay, so now from here what I'm going to do is I will just come here. The same thing, what I'm going to do is I will just take this whole frame. Okay, so I will just take out the whole frame from here, Control C to copy, come here into this frame and Control V to paste. And also I will just take this one and now I will just click on Control C and come here and Control V and it will be pasted accordingly. Okay, so now again I will just go here onto my elements option and I will just clear out my search. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is I am going to place some shapes. Okay, so for that I will just take this shape box over here. Otherwise under graphics as well I do have these shapes which I will be use. It will be quite a use for me. Okay, so I will just try to see all from here. Okay, so let's take this one, and what you can do is you can just take this right over here. Let me just place it and let me just increase the size of the box quite like this. Okay, so I will just place this one right here, and what I'll do is I will just type down something. Okay, so let's come here and let's take this one, and now I will just type 2nd October 1999. Okay, so I will just write this one right over here. If I do want to go back, I will come here and I'll just go back. Let's select this one. Let's just click on backspace, and now I will just write 2nd October 1999. Okay, and now I will just decrease the size of the box from here as well. Okay, so let me just decrease the size of the box quite like this, and what I can also do is I will just place this one right over here. Okay, so let me just increase the size of the box from this side and let me just place it right over here accordingly. Okay, so I will just place it quite over here, and now I will just place this text here as well. Okay, so I will just place this text right over here and I will just increase the size, and what I can do is I can just place it right over here. Okay, so now I will just put this one here on top. Okay, so here now what I can also do is I will just go to my elements option and let's search for Nike. Okay, so I will be making an ad for the Nike. And from here now what I can also do is if I just click here onto the graphic option, here you guys can see I do have a lot of graphics option right over here as well. Okay, so I can basically take any of these graphics from here. Okay, so if you do want to take it, you guys will be able to take it from here as well. Okay, So now I will just come here. Let's search tick, and let's click on enter. Okay, so now here you guys can see now I do have this particular box. Let's go to see all. I'll try to get something, the logo like Nike. Okay, so let's come and search here. If you don't have, you guys can also export it. Okay, so here, as I don't have that, so for that, what I'll do is I will just come here onto my uploads option, and let me upload that particular file right over here. Okay, so I will just click onto the upload files option, and from here, let's go to the downloads. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have this one right over here. Maybe I will just again go here onto my downloads option. I will just come here, and first I will just extract that file. Okay, so I will come here, and let's just try to extract files. Okay, so I will just try to extract file from here first, and I'll just click on OK. And here you guys can see now I do have that particular logo over here. Okay, so now again what I can do is I will just bring this file over here, go to upload files option. Okay, and from here let's go to downloads, and let's take this logo, and I will just open this particular file up. Okay, so here you guys can see now this file is actually not supported. So again what I'll do is I will come here, let's go to my browser. Okay, so I will just come here onto my browser over here, and I will just try to type something. Okay, so from here I will just try to download the logo. So to download logos there are different websites, but I will just type Nike logo download. Okay, so let's see what all options we do have right over here. So let's go to this victezi.com. Okay, so here you guys can see now you will be able to download it from here as well. Okay, so let's just come down somewhere over here, and as this one is free, okay, I can just download it for free. Okay, so here you guys can see I am able to download this particular file. Okay, so now it will just get downloaded. Okay, so now what I can also do is I can just save this file. So I will just save it here into my downloads, and I'll just click on save. So let me just go back right over here. Let's just check this thing out, and the downloading is completed as well. So now I will just again go here onto the file. Let's go to the downloads. Okay, and here you guys can see now I do have this one right over here, and you guys can extract your files accordingly here as well. Okay, so now here I have just extracted the file, and let's try to see what are the files which are available. So here I do have that file in JPEG format as well, so no worries with that. I will come here, I will just go to upload files option, and from here let me just come here to the downloads. Let's go to this first one, and let's take this JPEG out. Okay, so now here you guys can see now I do have downloaded, or I have uploaded this file to be used here in my document. So let's come here to the first one. Okay, and what I can do is I can just take this image, go to edit photo, and from here let's click on to the BG remover. Okay, so it will just help me removing the background over here. Okay, so now I will just decrease the size, and what I can do is I will just place it right over here in the exact center. Okay, so I will just place it here in the center, and what I can do is I can just click on copy, come here and click on Ctrl V to paste it. Okay, and again come to the last one over here and click on Ctrl V to paste it here as well. Okay, so here I do have this particular logo, and what I can also do is I can come here and let me just place it here on top a little bit. Okay, and now I will just take another layer. Okay, so for that again what you need to do is if you just click right over here, and you can just duplicate this page. Okay, so if you want to duplicate the page, you guys can basically duplicate the page from here as well. Otherwise I can just select all of it. So let's just select all of it, click on Ctrl C to copy, add up a new page, and click on Ctrl V to paste those things out. Okay, so I want to take the background as well. So I will just come here, click on Ctrl C, come to this option, and now click on Ctrl V. Okay, so now I will just right click, go to the layer option, and I will just send both of these to the back side. Okay, so now from here, suppose this is the first page, okay, and I want to time this one for 3 seconds, and I'll just click on enter. You just need to come here on top to the edit timing option, and the timing will be edited accordingly. Okay, so come here to this video as well, just click here and let's select the timing to 3 seconds. And now I will just come here, and over here now I will just type this for 2 and enter right over here. And lastly, I will just put this timing as 4 seconds over here. Go to this edit timing option, click on 4 and enter right over here as well. Okay, so now here also I want to put on some text. So in that case, here select the text file. Okay, and from the text file, what you can do is you guys can come here and choose your file accordingly, like which one you do want to use. Okay, so let's come here and let's take any of this from here. Let's go with some glowing colors. Okay, so let's just come here, and maybe I will just take this one. Okay, so I will just select this one, and now I will just click on to the backspace. Okay, so come here and first ungroup this one, and what you can do is just click outside, select this one, delete this, and delete this one as well. Okay, so come here and just select this, and now you guys can delete this one as well. Come here, and what you can do is you can just edit up the text now. Okay, so I will just type Air Max 09. Okay, so I will just put on Air Max 09, and if I want to edit my text here as well, I will be able to edit my text here as well. Okay, so in that case, what you need to do is you need to go here onto the effects option. Okay, and from the effects option, if I do want to put up any outline, I will be able to put on any outline here as well. So let's take an outline of the white color. Okay, so I can just take the outline of a white color, and here I can also change the text color as well. Okay, so let's check which color looks good. Okay, so you guys can come here and check the colors over here accordingly. Okay, so I'll just take this particular color. Okay, I'll just take the basic black, and what I can do is I will just check the positioning, click on Ctrl C, come here and select this box, and I will just delete this one, and I'll just click on Ctrl V to copy and paste in the same place. Okay, so now come here, otherwise go back. Okay, so come here and just select this layer, Ctrl C, come here and click on Ctrl V to paste it here in the same place. Let's take this text box, and what you can do is you can just decrease the size of the text, and now you can just place it here in the exact middle or here in the exact center. Okay, so now here this one looks quite great. Okay, so if you just want to see a preview, you guys can come here and also see the preview here accordingly. Okay, so now I will just animate all of these layers. Okay, so here you guys can see I will be able to animate all of this properly. Let's give this one a simple animation. Let's come to this page, and from here what you can do is if you want it to come here, if you want it to move on a slick, let's try those things out. Okay, so here come to the animate option, and from the animate option here you guys can see now I do have a lot of this right over here as well. Okay, so here now I will just animate only this part. Okay, so if I do want to animate this one and this particular box, I will just select with shift and I'll just animate both of this. Okay, so now I will just select the rise option, and what I'll do is I will just decrease the speed of both of this. Okay, so now I will just decrease the speed of both of this, And now let's come here, and what you can do is you can just animate the total page. Okay, so after that, let's check out which one looks good. And here, if you want to individually do all of those as well, you guys will be able to do it from here. Okay, so here you guys can see photo zoom, okay, and a lot of things here. Okay, so if you want a fade type of thing, you guys can also get the fade things like this. And lastly, you guys can come here, select only this text, and what you can do is you can come here and you guys can select this option. Otherwise, if you want it to roll, you guys can actually roll right over here as well. Okay, and here also they do have a lot of things. If you do want as a typewriter, here they will be put on as a typewriter here as well. Okay, so I will just come here and I will just decrease the speed. Okay, so this is how it will basically appear. Okay, so now let's see a preview of this whole video. Okay, so let's come here and just let's play it up. Okay, and after that it will just come like this, and now it will just reappear here on the screen, and here it basically ends. Okay, so if I do want to put up any transition here in between, I will be able to put some stunning transitions. Okay, so if you want to select the dissolve option, okay, so here you guys can see the dissolve option over here, and if you want to just increase it, you guys can increase it from here as well. And if you want to apply between all pages, here I have just applied between all pages as well. So now let's just play it up. Okay, and now here you guys can see this one looks like this, and lastly here you do have this one right over here as well. Okay, so now I will just come here, I will just move this transition. Okay, if you do want to change, you can also put this. Okay, come here, go to this option, and last one as well, if you do want to put anything, you guys can click on none. And now let's try to see the preview. Okay, so this is how it will appear on the screen. Okay, so let's check this one. I will just delete this top part, I will just ungroup this one. Let's now play it again. Okay, so let's come here, and now let's just play it up right over here. Okay, so what I can also do is here, let's select this one. Suppose I will just select this whole frame. Okay, so if I just select the whole frame over here, and you guys can see this one is simple, and I just want it only on enter. Okay, so I just want to use this one only on enter. So now let's just place it and let's see how it actually looks. Okay, and this is how it will just appear, and yeah, this one looks good as well. Okay, so I'll just come here onto the third one. I will just go here onto the fade option, and also I just want this thing on enter. Okay, so now let's see the preview again. Okay, so let's come here and let's try to see a preview. So here now this one looks better. So this is the ad which I have just created. Okay, so the last thing what you need to do is, if you want to add more graphics and stuff, you will be able to add more graphics to it. But the thing which you need to do basically is you need to come here and you need to lock all of these pages out. Okay, so if you just want to lock it up, you can come here and just come to this option. Let's lock this one as well. Come here and just lock this one, and now you guys can lock this one here as well. Okay, so the total duration of this video is 11.4 seconds. Okay, so now you can see the preview, but if you want to make any changes, you won't be able to make any changes right over here. So now let's play it up, and this is how it will appear. Okay, and now again, here you guys can see the shoe, and here this is the typewriting effect. Okay, so once you're done, here you guys can go to the share option. From the share option, go to downloads, and from download, make sure your file type is MP4 video, and the quality you guys can actually work on with the quality over here. But my quality is quite fine for my Facebook video, and I will just click on download, and here you are done with this particular thing. And suppose what you also want to do is you want to come here onto the elements option and you want to add some musics as well. Okay, so in that case, here you guys can come onto the elements option, go down, and here you guys can have your audio file, and here you also do have different choices. Okay, do you want an upbeat, do you want a fun music, do you want a love music or piano? Okay, so there are a lot of options. So let me just take an upbeat music right over here, and let's just play it out and listen those things out. So you guys will be able to use all of this right over here as well. Okay, so now this file is being downloaded, and I will just name this one as the Facebook video. Okay, so I will just name this as the Facebook video over here. Okay, so I'll just name this one Facebook video, and I want to save it here in my downloads. And if you want to add some music, okay, you guys will be able to add some music from here as well. Suppose if I just take this music, and what I can do is I can just select this one, and here you guys can see now I will be able to increase the size. Okay, so from here I will just pause this one, and now here you guys can see now I do have the music right over here as well. So let's take this one, and I will just delete this one. Okay, so I will just click here, and I'll just click onto delete track, and now here I only do have one track. And last, let's see the preview. So yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class on how to add your audio on your video as well. Okay, and also how to create a stunning Facebook ad video. Okay, so hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Canva for Social Media tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 12, and here I'll be showing you guys by creating Facebook shop logo. Okay, so how you'll be able to create a logo if you do have any e-commerce store in Facebook, how you'll be able to create a logo in Canva. For that, we'll be learning about all of that here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I am here in the home page of the Canva application. So the first thing what you need to do right over here is you need to go to your social media option, and under the Facebook subtopic, you come here and take the Facebook shops logo. Okay, so you will have a blank document of 500 into 500 pixels. Okay, so basically here only I will be creating my logo. Okay, so if you want to have any rulers at all, in that case you guys can come here, go to the file option, and file options, go to view settings and click on show rulers and guides. Okay, so come here and just put on the guides over here accordingly. So I'll just put one ruler here, and I will just place one right over here as well. And let's come here and let's just place it here in one side, and this one also I will just place it here in one side as well. Okay, so now here you guys can see now I do have this particular place where I will be making my logo. Okay, so for that, the first thing what you need to do is you need to come here and go to the elements option, and from the elements option what you can do is you can search for house. Okay, suppose if I'm making a logo for a furniture company, so what I'll do first is I will just come here and I will just type on furniture. Okay, so I will just type furniture and I will click on enter, and here you guys can see under graphics I do have a lot of graphics right over here which I can actually use. Okay, so you guys can come here and check out all of this, and you guys can place things accordingly. Okay, so if I just take a house over here as well, let's search for house and let's click enter, and let's check out for graphics. Okay, so here also you guys can see I do have a lot of graphics right over here as well, which from which I can choose from. So let's take this right over here. Okay, and if I do want to increase the size, I will be able to increase the size from here as well. Okay, so just let's keep this thing here in one corner, and let's try to place it here in the exact middle. So I will just place this one here in the middle itself, and now I will come here. If I do want to increase the size, let's just increase the size quite like this as well. And now I will come here and I will take this text box. So I will just take here and I'll just add up a text box right over here as well. And now if you want to delete it, click onto the delete option from your keyboard. Okay, so I will just take this text box, and now I am going to fill this with text over here. Okay, so now I will just type my things down. Okay, so let's type paradise furniture. Okay, so I will just write paradise furniture over here. And now what I'm going to do is I am going to select all of this text. Okay, so now let's select all of this text up from here. So let's select this and let's come here and let's just select all of this and let's make it bold. If you want to increase the size of the text, you guys will be able to do it from here as well. Okay, so now come here, and what you can do is you can just place it somewhere right over here accordingly. Okay, so I will just place this one right over here. And now again, if you do want to change the color and stuff, you guys will be able to change the color and stuff as well. So now let's place it right over here, and I will just place it here in this particular corner as well. And what you're going to do is now go to the elements option, and from the elements option, what you can do is you guys can come here and you guys can actually put on some more graphics. Okay, so if you just come here, you guys can actually check these things out if you do need any of it right over here. Okay, so I will just take this one. Let's take this, and what you can also do is you guys can come here and let's delete the first one. Let's come here and let's place it right over here as well. Okay, so if you do want to decrease the size, okay, so if I just double click, if I do want to crop it up, okay, I will be able to crop this thing down here as well. Okay, so I will just place it right over here. If you do want to crop it, you guys will be able to crop it from here as well. Okay, so let's just crop this part and let's click on enter. Okay, and after that you guys can just put this right over here as well. Okay, so I will just try to put this thing right over here, and what I can do is I will just align this here as well. Okay, so let me just align it properly, and what I can also do is I will just come here and let me just increase the size of the text as well. Okay, so I will just increase the size of the text as well. Okay, so let's come here, and now let's just place it right over here accordingly. Okay, so I will just place this right over here onto this line, and now I am going to take another new line as well. Okay, so let me just type line. Okay, and let's click on enter, and here you guys can see now I do have different lines right over here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have different lines over here. Let's take this line, and what you can do is you guys can come here and you guys can just place this accordingly. Okay, so if I just come here and let's just keep this line right over here. If you do want to bring it down, you guys will be able to bring it down from here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have the logo, and after that again I will just clear my search. Okay, and after that I will be taking on some shapes around. Okay, so I will just take some of the shapes from here. Let's take this one. Okay, so let's come here, let's bring it down quite over here. Let's place it into this particular line. Now let's decrease the size. And what you can also do is you guys can come here and you guys can increase the size. And now let's decrease the size from here. And I will just give this shape a different color. Okay, so let's check which color basically looks good. If you want to use some other colors, and from here you guys can also check out different color options here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have this color over here as well. And the next thing what you're going to do is you are going to use some different text. So let's see what are the text type which we can actually use right over here. Let's select all of this, and from here let's go to the type tool option, and from here let's check which one actually looks good. Okay, so this one is the Carter one, and here you guys can come down and check those accordingly. But let's come here into this option, and here also you do have a lot of options from which you guys will be able to choose from. Okay, so here you guys can see these are different type of fonts which you will be able to choose from. So let's just keep this one right over here, and if you do want to place it on top a little bit, you guys will be able to place it here on top as well. Okay, suppose here I want to take a different color as the background. Okay, I can also do that, but let's try to finish up this thing first. Okay, so now what I'll do is I will come here and I will just try to take a frame. Okay, so let's search for frame, click on enter, and here you guys can see I do have frames of different sizes. Okay, so I'll come here, let's take this frame, and what you can do is you guys can just decrease the size of the frame, and you guys will be able to put those sizes accordingly. So let's try to maintain the sides over here. Okay, so if you do want to decrease it, you guys can come here and decrease the size quite like this. Okay, so let me just place it over here, and now you guys can come down and you guys can also place those things accordingly. Okay, so now let's just keep this thing right over here, and also here on the right hand side you guys can place it here on top. Okay, and now let's just put up an image. Okay, or you can also give this thing a different color. Okay, so you guys can come here and can give this one a different color. Okay, so you guys can come here if you want to use some gradient colors, you guys will be able to use some gradient colors here as well. Okay, so you guys can see this is the letter. If you want to give this one any stroke, come here onto the stroke option and you will be able to give some strokes over here as well. Okay, so here you guys can also come, and if you want to go for any other border style, so let's come here and let's take some different color onto the border style. Okay, so I will just come here, I will just go back. Okay, and this one kind of looks good. Okay, so now what you can also do is I don't want this particular line here on this side. Okay, so for that again I will just take another frame. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I am going to place this frame quite over here, and now I am going to decrease the size, and let me just come here. If you do want to increase it, here you guys can also increase the size accordingly. Okay, so now I will just select this box, and what you can do is go to the color option and now select a white color, and this is how your logo will be looking. Okay, so here this is how you guys can see. If you want to make any changes, okay, you guys will be able to make some changes accordingly. Okay, suppose let's take a different shape. Okay, so if you do want to take some different shape, okay, you guys can also take some different shape over here. So now let's come, and if you guys want to just group all of this thing, you guys will be able to do it from here as well. Okay, suppose let's go to the elements option and let's search what are the different graphics you will be able to use over here as well. Okay, So here, if you come and if you just check out different shapes, you guys can also explore that, yeah, you will be able to use on two different styles right over here. So now from here, let's take this one, and what you can do is you guys can come here, go just right click onto the mouse. Okay, so just right click, go to layer, and here you guys can just send this thing to the back. Okay, so come here, and if you want to send this thing to the back, you guys can also do that from here. Okay, so now let me just move that thing on top a little bit. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys will be able to move this thing here on top. And if you do want to give this one a different stroke, you guys can come here, go to the stroke option, and here you guys can see now here also you guys will be able to give this thing a different stroke as well. But here, if I want to place it in between, I can also do that. So for that, again, I will come here, and now I will just try to place it here in the exact center. Okay, so for that, again, I will select this one. Let's try to take some different colors. Okay, so let's check which color looks good. Okay, so let's take this one and let's just save it up accordingly. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have this particular logo. If you want to put this logo inside any box or anything, you guys will also be able to do that from here as well. Okay, so now suppose if I will just select all of this layer. Okay, I have just selected all of this, and what I can do is I want to just come here and I want to change those shapes. I will be able to do that. Otherwise, I can just come here onto the effects option, and from the effects option, here you guys can see I can just change those text box up. Okay, so I can come here and I can just do it from here as well. Okay, so now for now, let's see what are the changes we can do. If I want to give some border style here as well, I will be able to give on some new border style here in this particular corner as well. Okay, so this is the basic style right over here. Okay, so here you guys can see I have just adjoined this place, and now I have just aligned this one here as well. Okay, so here again also I want to put on some graphics. Okay, so let's search for a tree. Okay, so I will just search for tree right over here. And here you guys can see I do have a lot of tree graphics right over here as well. So you guys can choose which one you guys want to take right over here. Okay, so you guys can come here and let's take this one. And what you want to do is you just want to put this right over here on top. Okay, so you guys can come here that you guys can able to put this thing up. So in that case, just right click, go to the layer option, and here you guys can click on send backward. Right click again, go to layer, send backward. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have sent this particular thing here on the background. The next thing what I'm going to do is go to the elements option again, and from here take this particular shape. Okay, so now I will just take this particular shape, and what I'm going to do is I am going to put up this shape right over here. And now I am also going to come down quite like this, and I am going to change the color of this one to white. Okay, so let me just get this one color to white and go to layer option. Okay, and from here what I'll do is I will just click on send backward, and again I will just go to the layer option. Okay, and I will just click on send backward, and the same way right here again. Okay, so I will just right click over here. Otherwise, let's select this and go to layer, and here I will click on send backward option again, go to layer and send backward over here as well. Okay, so if I do want to put it somewhere over here, Okay, so you guys can actually see that I'm trying to put this one here accordingly. Okay, so in that case, now I will just try to come here, and the best thing what you can also do is you can come here and you can just click on this image, and here go to edit image option. Okay, so from the edit image option here, you guys can see I do have a lot of things which I can actually work on with. Okay, so if you want to change it to some retro mode and stuff, you guys will be able to do it from here as well. Okay, so let's try to put it right over here. Okay, otherwise I will just try to put some other effects. Okay, so now let's click on to the delete option and let's search for wood. Okay, so I'll just search for wood and I'll enter right over here, and again I will come here onto the graphics option, and from the graphics option what I can do is I can come here, I will just place it right somewhere down here. Okay, so let me just place it down somewhere over here, and let me just keep this thing here accordingly. Okay, so I'll just place this one right over here, and what I can also do is if you guys can come here, and now I will try to come and I will just put on some shapes. Okay, go to the elements option again, take this particular shape, let's just decrease the size. Okay, and let's come here, let's select this, let's go on top, let's come here, and I will come down here as well. And what I'm going to do is with Alt I will just duplicate this layer, and here now I will just try to put out this letter. Okay, so I will just come here, and what I'm going to do is I am going to just put on some lines right over here, and I will just give this one a white color. Okay, so here if you try to see, this is how it will basically look. So the same way, come here. Okay, place this one right over here. Otherwise you can just move this one a bit here on top as well. Okay, so I will just place this one here on top, and what I'm going to do is I am going to come here and I am going to put on the white color over here. Go to color, select the white color, and yeah, this one looks better. Let's move on this graphics, and again I will take another box quite like this, and what I'm going to do is I am going to place that particular box here on top. Okay, so I will just come here, let's place it, and let's try to place it here on top again. So I will just come here and I will just try to place this box here in the top as well. So let's come here, let's just position it accordingly. Go to the shape color, and from here select the white color as well. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have selected the white color. Let's come here and let's put on no border option. So what you can also do is come here, if you want to increase the size, you guys can also increase the size over here as well. So let's come here, let's just put on the size quite like this. And the last thing what I'm going to do is I will right click over here, otherwise I will just place it over here, right click, go to the layer option. Okay, and from the layer option I will just click on bring to forward, and yeah, I will just place it here in the exact center. Okay, so I will just place it here in the exact center, and this is how my logo will look like. So lastly, what you can also do is you guys can come here and just delete all of this. Okay, delete this ruler, because I'm done working with all of those. I can just place it back where it was again. Okay, so I'll just place it right over here, and I'll just place it here on top again. Now all the icons which I have here on this page, what I can do is I can just group all those things up. Okay, so here now I have just grouped this thing up, and if I just move it anywhere, I will be able to move those things accordingly. Okay, so here now I do have my logo ready. Okay, so the next thing what I'll do is I will go here onto the share option, and from share option go to the download page. Okay, so here again I will just come and I will just try to download it. Let's select the download option, and here you guys can see the file type is PNG. So if you want it a JPEG format, you guys can also take it a JPEG format, and I don't want any transparent background to it, so I will just click on download, and this particular file will get downloaded for me. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood how you will be able to create a logo for your Facebook account. Okay, like if you do have any business, okay, how you will be able to do that. So hope to see you all in the next chapter, and keep on practicing the Canva for your designing skill. See you all and take care, everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of Canva for social media tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 13, and here I'll be showing you guys how to create a TikTok video in Canva. Okay, so we'll be learning how you will be able to create a TikTok video in Canva. Okay, so let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I am here in the home page of the Canva application. So from here, the first thing what I need to do over here is I need to go to create a design, and from here let me search a TikTok. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have the TikTok mode right over here. So if I want to create a TikTok video, the size is 1080 into 1920 pixels. Okay, so now from here what I'm going to do is I am going to click right over here, and now it will create me a blank page for my video. Okay, so there are different templates here on the left hand side which you guys can also use. Okay, so for me what I'm going to do is I am going to make one from the scratch. So for that, the first thing what you need to do is you need to create a video right over here. Okay, so for that let me come here onto the elements option, and from the elements option I will just search for talking. Okay, so I will just search talking, and I'll just click on enter, and here as you guys can see, now I do have different videos which I can actually use right over here. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have this particular video. What I can do is I can just drag and drop this video right over here. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have my video right over here, and what I can also do is if I do want to bring it here, if I just want to position it properly, I will be able to position it properly as well. Okay, so I will just position it, and I'll just try to keep this here inside my frame. Okay, and what I'm going to do now is I am going to click on the done option, and here you guys can see now I do have this particular video right over here on my screen. Okay, so now I will just decrease the size of the video. So from here also I can come, and yeah, 4.5 seconds is fine. Okay, so let's check the preview of the video from here. Okay, so let's bring it here at the starting, and now here you guys can see this is the video which I do have over here. And what I'm going to do now is I am going to go again to my elements option, and if I do want to put on some graphics, okay, I will be able to put on some graphics as well. Okay, so I will just click on to this graphic option. Let's go on to the search option, and let's try to see the graphics from here. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have a lot of options. Okay, if I want to search anything in particular, okay, I will also be able to do that from here as well. Okay, so if I do have anything in particular in my mind, suppose I want to put a tree, or I want to put any kind of icon over here, so in that case I will be able to put those things right here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see, and here these are some hand-drawn animals, here are some organic rainbows. Okay, so you guys can come here and check those things out as well. Okay, so from here let me search for bubbles. Okay, so let me search for bubbles over here, and let's click enter. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have a lot of options which are right over here. So what I can do is I can come here, and from here I can actually add this particular box. Okay, so this icon right over here, let me just increase the size, and what I can do is I will just place it here a bit down. Okay, so I will just try to place it quite over here, and what I can do is I can just go to my text option. Okay, and the text option, I will come here. I can basically choose from my presets. Okay, so here I do have a lot of presets, and these were the recently used one, okay, which I have just used. Okay, then from here what I can do is let's search for 3 best restaurants. Okay, so from here what I can do is I can come here and let's take uh, this particular text box. Okay, so I will just click here onto the text box option, and here it had created me a text box from here. Let me click on backspace, and now I will just write. Okay, so 3 restaurants to visit. Okay, so I will just keep this one quite like this, and what I can also do is I can just click on backspace. Okay, so I will just come here, let's only click 3, and what I can do is I can just increase the size of the text. Okay, so I will just write 3 again right over here, and now I will just decrease the size of this one quite like this. And what I can also do is I will again come here, take one text box, just like let's write just 3, and I can actually increase the size right over here. Okay, so I will just come here, let's take this option, and what I can do is I can come here, and now I will just change the font of this particular letter. Okay, so I will just double click right over here, and let's see what all fonts do I have available right over here. Okay, so here you guys can see there are a lot of fonts. Okay, so here these are few of the uploaded fonts. Okay, and you can also use different text styles, and if you do have anything particular in your mind which you do want to use, you can also use those accordingly. Okay, so let me take something in bold. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have all of these options right over here. So from here now let's take this one, and let's see how it will basically appear here on my screen. Okay, so let's come here. So here I do have the 3, and if I do want to give this one a different color, I will come here and I will just try to give this one a different color. Let's take white, and from here let's go to the effects option, and from the effects option I will just choose a black outline. Okay, so I will come here, select this, and let's take a black outline over here, and now I will just place it. Okay, 3, and now again I will just take another box, and from here now I will type restaurants to visit. Okay, so I will just take this particular text box, and what I can do is I can just increase the size of the text box from here as well. Okay, so now here as you guys can see, if I do want to increase the size, I can actually increase the size from here accordingly. Okay, so now I have selected this box, and what I can do is I can just place those accordingly right over here, and I will just select all of it, and from here now let's try to see which one can I basically take and which one is quite visible or which one will look nice. Okay, so I can come here and I will just increase the size of the text box here as well. I will come here, let's write this thing up, and now let me just take this text box and I will just try to place it accordingly. Okay, so I will just come here and I will just decrease the size from this end and from this end here as well. Now let's try to place it right over here. Let's decrease the size a little bit and let's try to decrease the line spacing. Okay, so I will come here and I will just try to decrease the line spacing. And here, if I just take onto these graphics, if I want to give these graphics a different color, so let me come here and let me just change the white to something red. Okay, so let's come here and let's take this color, and what you can do is this is how it will actually look. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have 3 restaurants to visit right over here. Okay, and what I can do is again I will come here and I will just animate this layer. Okay, select this one and select this using shift and also the graphics option. And after that, you guys can directly go onto the animate option. And from animate option, what you can do is you can just check which one looks better. Okay, so if I just take this span option, I will just decrease the speed kind of like this. And now I will just come here. And what I can do is I will just add 2 more pages. Okay, so I will just come here. I have just add total 3 pages. And now what I'm going to do is I am going to put up and go to my elements option again, clear my search, go back. Okay, so I'll just come here and from the videos I will go, and from the videos what I'll search is I will search for restaurants. Okay, so I will just search for restaurants over here and I will just click on enter. Okay, let's come here and I will just type for restaurant and I'll just click enter right over here. Otherwise, I will search. So here you guys can see I do have different restaurants video right over here. So what I can do is I can come here and I can just check all this out. Okay, so I can just bring this one and I can just place it right over here. Okay, so I will just place it over here, and what you can do is right click and set video as background. Okay, so in that case, if I do wanna move this apart, you guys can also move this out quite like this. And after that, I will just click on to the done option and I will just decrease the timing to 4 seconds over here. Let's come to this option. And from here, what you can do is you can just type for 4 and click on enter. And now here I do have this one for 4 seconds. So now if I just play this one up, okay, so here only this particular part, it will be placed for 4 seconds. Okay, and after that, let's come to this video panel. Okay, so from this video panel, what you're going to do is you guys can come here and you guys can actually take this video and drag and drop it right over here. Okay, go to this playback speed option and from here let's search for 4 seconds here as well, and let's come to the last one right over here. And also you just can put up a different image or a different video and you can just place it, go to the playback time, and from here just type 4 and click on enter. Okay, so now I do have all of these videos. Okay, if you want to work on with the framing, okay, you guys can also do that from here. Okay, so now as you guys can see, if I just play up this video, it will kind of appear like this. And after that, here you guys can see I do have this video, and after that comes this one, and the last video which I do have over here, it will come like this. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I will come here to the first video and now I will just use my text box. Okay, so I'll just come here, take my text box, and from here what I'm going to do is I am going to take this particular text which I have right over here. Let's take this text box, and what I'm going to do is I am going to write one Meritage restaurant and bar. Okay, so I will just go back again and I will just take only the text box. Okay, so from here now I will just come here and I'll just click on backspace, one dot Meritage Bar and Restaurant. And then what I can do is I can just place this thing accordingly. Okay, so I'll just try to place this thing accordingly, and I'll just decrease the size from here. And what I can do is I will just take this text box, and now I will just try to put it right over here. Okay, if you want to give up any outline, okay, you guys can come here, go to the effects option. Okay, you guys can also give this thing a outline. Okay, so let's go with some black outline onto this one. And now again, what I'm going to do is I am going to increase the text size. Okay, so I will just going to increase the text size. Let's keep this box right here. And now here you guys can see, if I do want as list view, I can also have it as list view as well. And here I will just fix the line spacing. Okay, so I do have fixed the line spacing right over here. And what I can do is I can just keep this here on top. If you want to give a box and all underneath this one, you guys will also be able to do it using the elements option. Now go back here and go to the shapes option. So once you have taken the shape, what you can do is you guys can come here on top, and now just increase the size of the box. Now place it here in the exact middle and go to the box option. And from the box option, what you can do is you guys can come here, and from here you guys just give this one a black color. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I am going to click on shift, take this one and take this box, and now just group both of this thing up. And once I select this, both of this thing will get selected. Just copy this one by right clicking on your mouse, come to this option, and what you can also do is you guys can come here, click on the paste option right over here. But here what I want to do is I want to change the positioning. Okay, so the color and each and everything is quite fine over here. And now I will just come here and I just only want to change the text. Okay, so I'll come here, let's go back, let's write 2, and I will write aristocrat. And here I will just put aristocrat cafe. Okay, so here I am done with this part here as well, and I will just place it right underneath. Okay, and lastly what I'm going to do is I am going to come here and I will just click on Ctrl V. And again, what I can do is I can just double click onto this particular part and I will just delete those accordingly. Okay, so I will just write 3. And after that, what I'm going to do is I am going to come right over here and I am going to write the name as Rave Cafe. Okay, so I will just write Rave Cafe. Okay, so here I do have those 3 restaurants right over here. So the next thing what is left doing is I just want to animate this one. Okay, so if you want it to fade in, here you guys can see, you guys can actually choose this particular option. And now I will select this, go to animate option, and from here if you want it to kind of rise or if you want it to wipe in, here you guys can use all of this. Otherwise you guys can come here and also use the typewriter effect. Okay, and now for the typewriter effect, what I will do is I will just decrease the speed. Okay, come here and again what you can do is select this one. Okay, this particular box right over here, go to the animate option, and from the animate option make sure that you come down, and here you guys will be able to choose your things around. So now I will just come here, let's take this, and what you can do is go to the animate option. From the animate option you guys can also choose the typewriter option. So I will just decrease the speed from here as well. And lastly, come to the last one right over here. And what you also can do is select this particular text box. Okay, and from here you guys can come down and you guys can also let me just select only this part, and I will use the typewriter effect, and I will just decrease the speed of the text here as well. Okay, so now I have just selected this, And let's see the preview, okay, how it actually looks. Okay, if you want to put on some animation over here, so here you guys can see now I do have this particular video, and here you guys can see now again it will come right over here and it will just disappear, and it will come like this, and it will also disappear from my screen. Okay, so let's come here, let's select this, go to the typewriter effect, and what you can do is you can come down, and here you guys can select on both. Okay, so now let's see the preview. Let's come right again at the beginning. So now let's just play it up, and here you guys can see now it will just go back. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually make a TikTok video for your TikTok account. If you want to put more graphics according to your need, you guys will be able to put on more graphics here as well. Okay, so here if you do want to put up any transition in between, you guys can come here and let's go to the transition option, and from the transition option what I can also do is I can just chop it. Okay, so here under the chop option, here you guys can see I just want to chop it from this side, and here you guys can also check the origin. Okay, so here you guys can check the origin quite like this. Okay, so I will just select this one, and what I can do is I want to apply it to all the pages. Okay, so now let's see it over here. Let's just play this thing up, and here you guys can see now it will just chop in, and after that again here you guys will be able to see that it has chopped in. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have the whole video right over here. Okay, and now if I do want to add some music, so I will just go for the music or the audio option from here. Okay, and audio option, what I can do is I can come here and I can just check out all this audio. So let's take this and let's try to listen to that from here as well. Okay, so I'll just keep this one right over here, and now I do have this particular audio. Okay, so now let's just play it up.
Yeah. Here we go.
So yeah, I hope you guys have understood how you will be able to make a TikTok video. Last thing which you need to do is go to your share option. From share option, go to download, and from download, make sure you do have the MP4 video option right over here. And now from here, what I'm going to do is I am going to click onto the download option, and it will get downloaded accordingly. Okay, so hope to see you all in the next class. I hope you guys have understood now how you will be able to make one TikTok video for your TikTok account. So take care everyone, and goodbye. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of Canva for social media tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 14, and here I will be creating a YouTube banner in Canva. Okay, so we'll be learning about that here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Canva application. So the first thing what you need to do is you need to come here, click onto the create a design. And from here, what you're going to do is you are going to type a YouTube banner. Okay, so I will just type YouTube banner, and here you guys can see I do already have a lot of recommendation right over here. Okay, so I will just take this YouTube banner size, and it will just create me a blank document right over here. Okay, so to create one, okay, so as you want your YouTube banner to be totally visible, in that case, what you need to do is you need to go here, you need to come here onto the file option, go to view settings and click on show rulers and guides option. Okay, so here now, as you guys can see, now I already do have my guides over here. Okay, so here you guys can see this is the ruler, and here I already do have my guides, okay, inside this page. So for that, now the first thing what I'm going to do is I am going to come here, go to the elements option, and from the elements option I will be taking one shape. Okay, so let's take this shape out, and now I will just increase the size of the shape, and let's click on shift to make a proportional size. And once I've clicked here, I will go to the position option, and I want it to position it here in the center. Okay, so now I have just positioned this thing here in the center, and what I'm going to do now is I am going to increase the length from the sides. Okay, so I'm going to take the length from the side, and here as well I will just increase the length from the side over here as well. Okay, now go to the ruler option, come here, and let's place it just on top, and let's come here, let's take another ruler and let's place it here on top down as well. Okay, and now what you can basically do is you guys can come here, select this box, and just click onto the delete option. Okay, so in this particular part only I will be doing all the designs. Okay, so once you put this image there, it will be visible totally. Okay, so now the first thing in this case, what you need to do is you need to go here onto the elements option, as I am already right over here, and let's try to take few frames. Okay, so I will just come down, let's go down using my mouse, and let's search for frames. Okay, so in frames what I'm going to do is I am going to click on see all, and now I am going to take this frames right over here. And now what I'm also going to do is I am going to decrease the size of the frames. And if you do want to give any rotation to your frames, you guys will be able to give some rotation to your frames as well. If you want to decrease the size, you will be able to decrease the size from here. Just click on this one, click on Alt, and now just duplicate this layer quite over here. Okay, so I will just duplicate this layer. And now again what I'm going to do is I am going to overlap right over here, and again I will select this one, click on Alt, and again I will just try to overlap over here as well. Okay, so I will just try to overlap right over here. And next thing what I'm going to do is first I need to think about what banner I'm making. Okay, so is it about what my YouTube channel is all about? Is it about health and well-being, or is it about some business model, or is it about some tutorials? Okay, so I need to think that one, and I need to just put on all of these things accordingly. Okay, so here as you guys can see, now I do have all these 4 things right over here. Let's try to place it, and I will try to keep this one quite like this. And if you want to put on more image, in that case click here, click on Alt, and just duplicate your layer accordingly. Okay, so I will just keep this one right over here, and I'll just place it here in one side. So the next thing what I'm going to do is I will just go back again to my elements option, and I'm going to take 4 images. Okay, so for that first I need to think what type of images do I want to choose. Okay, and what type of banner am I making. Okay, so let me just search for health and wellness. Okay, so I will just search health and wellness, and I'll just click on enter over here. And here you guys can see I do have a lot of images regarding health and wellness. Okay, so I can come here and I can just put any images right over here accordingly. So I'll just put this image right over here. Let's take this image and let's put that in that particular frame. Let's come back here again. Okay, so let's come here and let's try to put this image over here on top. And lastly, what I'm going to do is I am going to come down and I am going to put up this image right over there. Okay, so again what I'll do is I'll select all of this, and here you guys can see I do have different colors right here as well. Okay, so I can just select those colors. Okay, so here you guys can see I can also change the white color. Okay, so here you guys can actually take different color of frames. So let me come here, let me just take a different color over here. Let's go with this. Let's come here and let's take this color, and let's come here on top and let's take this particular color. Okay, so here you guys can see, okay, if I just zoom in using Control and plus from my keyboard, okay, so I can just zoom in. Otherwise I can come here and I can just select this one as well. Okay, and now I will go here onto the elements option, and from the elements option, now I am going to put on different graphics right over here. Okay, so for that, again, I will come here, and what I want to do is I just want to put this one here in one side. If you want me to give any rotation to it, you guys can give some rotation right over here as well. Let's just place it here in one corner. Okay, so you guys can see, you guys can come here and actually check those things out. Okay, so I will just give this one a rotation here as well, and now let's just decrease the size, and from here let's just give this one a rotation as well. Let's just increase the size from here as well. Okay, so I will just place this one quite over here, and I can actually use these images as well. Let me just give this thing a rotation quite like this. Let me just decrease the size, and what I can also do is I can just put up this image right over here. Okay, so I'll just put this image right over here again, and lastly I will come here, I will take this one, and what I can do is I will just place the image quite here in the center quite like this, and I will just try to align it properly. Okay, so I will just come here, let's try to keep this one here in one side, and now I will just decrease the transparency of the image. Okay, so I will just come here, and maybe I will just give this one a transparency of 35, and I will just click onto the enter option, and I'll also lock it at the same time. Okay, so I won't be able to change its positioning right now. Okay, so as you guys can see, and if I do want to put up any background, okay, so I will just try to search for background over here. Okay, so I will just try to search for background, and I'll just click on enter, and here I will again try to search, and under graphics I do have a lot of it right over here. Let's try to see all this out. Okay, so let's take this one, and now what I'm going to do is I am going to place this accordingly. Okay, so I will just place this one accordingly. Let's come here and let's just place it properly. Let's come here, let's try to place it down, right click, go to the layer option and click on send to back. Okay, so if I do want to change the color of this graphics, okay, I will come here, go to the color option, and let's go with something dark. Okay, so I will just go with something dark over here, and now again I will come here onto my elements option. Okay, and from my elements option, what I'm going to do is I will come here and I will search for grids. Okay, so I will search for grids, and I will just click onto the enter option, and here you guys can see I do have these grids all over here. If I just want to go back, otherwise what I can also do is I can just place my grid somewhere over here, and I can actually decrease the size of the grid over here accordingly. Okay, suppose I will just click on shift, and the grid size will be changed accordingly. Go to layer option, and I will just try to bring it here on front. Okay, so I will just try to get this here on front, and now let's try to decrease the size of those grids accordingly, and I will just try to place it right over here in one corner. And again, what I will do is I will come here and I will just try to take this size over here. Let's just try to place it somewhere here, and what I can also do is I will just place it right over here somewhere, and now I am going to put on some images regarding that. Okay, so for that, again, I will just come here. I don't need this one anymore, so I will just put out the rulers which I had before. So here you guys can see I do have this particular box right over here. And let's go to elements, let's go to the search option, and here you guys can see my previous search. Again, go to see all photos. Okay, so now I will just come down right over here, and what I can do is I can just click onto this one, and now I just want to bring this one here on the right hand side, and I'll just take another image which I will just put here on the left hand side. Okay, so I will just come here, let's put this, and let's try to put this one right over here. And what I can do is I will just bring this one inside the frame. Okay, and yeah, this one looks better. And again, here, this text option, what I'm going to do is I am going to come right here again, and now I am going to type my thing around. So I will just come here, and now I will just add a text box. Okay, I will just click on backspace, keep my caps lock on. So I'll just write health and wellness. Okay, so I will just write health and wellness over here. And what I'm going to do now is I am going to come right over here, and now I am going to select this. Okay, so let me just select all of this thing out. Let me just bring it over here, and what I'm going to do is I am going to make this one bold. And after that, if you want to add any more things, like if you want to add some rotation and all, in that case you guys can go to the effects option, and from here you guys can actually give this one a curve. Okay, and I can also choose the level of curve I want to give. So if I just come right over here, you guys can just come to this particular place and just give this one, or just place this one accordingly. Okay, so I'll just select this one, I will just unlock this, let's delete this for now. And now what I can do is I can just take this one, and let's just duplicate it. And what I will do is I'll just place it right over here, go to effects, and I won't apply anything right over here. Okay, and now I will just write new video every week Thursday, or new video Thursday of each week. Okay, so I can just type this thing down, and now what I'll do is I will just decrease the size of the text quite like this, and now I want to just place it right over here. Okay, so I will just place it right over here. And what I can also do is if I want to give this one a different font style, okay, I can also give this thing a different font style right over here as well. Okay, so I can just use this one. Okay, let's try to type new video and come here and just type every week. Okay, so I can also try this thing out, and if I just increase the size of the box, here you guys can see I will be able to increase the size of the box accordingly. Okay, so individually what you can do is you guys can just ungroup this one. Okay, and now here you will be able to move all of this manually. Okay, so I will just come here, let's take this one. If you want to have a straight line again, go to effects, and from here go to none option, and it will be a straight line right over here. Let's delete this part, and what you can now do is you can just come here and just decrease the box size. Okay, and just try to place it right over here. Okay, so I will just try to place it right over here, and now I will also put this one here on top as well. Okay, so as you guys can see, now I do have this banner ready. If you want to use any graphics, okay, so I will just try to see what all graphics are available right over here. okay, you guys can use those graphics here as well. Okay, so come here, let's take this graphic, and what you can do is you can just decrease the size and you can just put it here in the exact center. Okay, if you want to position it properly, you guys can also just position it properly as well. And lastly, what you can do is you guys can come here and you guys can just put up your YouTube channel name. Okay, so I will come here, go to the text option, add a text box, and from here I will just type at health and wellness. Okay, so I will just write at health and wellness, and I will also decrease the size of the text box over here. Okay, so I'll just come here, let's take this text box, and what I can do is I will just place it right over here. Okay, so now I will just cancel this thing up, and as you guys can see, this one is quite actually done. Okay, so now I can basically use this one as a banner. If you want to put any other shapes, you guys can go to the elements option. From the elements option, you guys can go to all, just cancel your search from here. And now again, if I want to take any kind of shapes and stuff, I can come here and I can just take different kind of shapes accordingly. Okay, so I'll just come here, take this shape from here, and I will just decrease the size. And what I can also do is I will just come here, and if you want me to crop it as well, I will be able to do it from here as well. Okay, so I will just come here and I will just put this particular part, and again I will just take another shape which I will just place it right over here on this line. Select this line right over here, just place it accordingly, and just give this one a white color. Okay, come here to the color option and give this one a white color. Okay, so this is how your banner will look like. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class on how you will be able to use a banner. Okay, so I will just come here. I have used this one, this one, this one in one side. Okay, and if I do want to use another one, what I can do is I will just put something right over here as well. So I will come here, let's go, or just come here, and what you can do is I will just decrease the size, maybe give this thing a rotation as well. Okay, so I will just give this thing a rotation as well, and now just decrease the size over here, and let's place it here in the center. Okay, so here you guys can just place it. Otherwise, you guys can just move right or left. Okay, so here you guys can see. And if you just want to go down, here also using the down button, you guys can go down as well. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood how you will be able to make a YouTube banner for your YouTube channel. So see you all in the next chapter. Okay, and before that, what I'm going to do is I will go to my share option, go to download, and from here you guys can basically download it as a PNG file or in a JPEG format, or also in a PDF version. Okay, so I will just choose the PNG and I'll click on download. See you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter for the Canva for social media tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 15, and here I will be creating a YouTube thumbnail in Canva. Okay, so we'll be learning how to create a nice YouTube thumbnail. Okay, I'll be showing you guys different ways. What is a thumbnail basically? I'll be telling you guys about that as well. Okay, so we'll be learning about all of it here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I am here in the home page of the Canva application. So the first thing what I need to do is go to create a new design, and from here basically you can type YouTube thumbnail. Okay, so I will just write thumbnail right over here, And here you guys can see now I do have this particular size for my thumbnail. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I am going to create a blank page right over here for my thumbnail. And here, as you guys can see, now I do have a blank page for my thumbnail. Okay, so if you don't know what thumbnail is basically, okay, so once you go to YouTube and you try to view any video, on that on top they do have an image. Okay, just to show you what this video is all about, just a small summary about the video. Okay, so in that case, that is basically called the thumbnail. Okay, so now I'll be showing you guys how to make one. Okay, if you guys want to see some of it, here you guys can see on the left hand side of my screen, here are basically different type of thumbnails which you can actually use on your YouTube videos. Okay, so from here these are different templates. Okay, some of it are paid and some of it are free. Okay, if you're using the free version of Canva, then you can get access to all the free thumbnails right over here. And if you want to get access to all of it, in case if you continuously work on Canva, maybe for your social media or maybe for any other usage, then you can actually buy one Canva Pro subscription. Okay, so now I will be showing you guys how you can create one. Okay, so the first thing what I need to do right over here is I need to create a background. Okay, so for that I will come here onto the elements option, and from the elements option now I will search background. Okay, so I will just search for background right over here and I will check whichever background looks good. Okay, so here I do have different photos as well. I can just get those photos right over here as well. Okay, so here I do have this particular photo, and now what I'm going to do is I am going to place this image accordingly. So let me just increase the size. Okay, let me just place it here in one side and let me place it here down as well. Okay, so here as you guys can see, now I do have the background done for my YouTube thumbnail. Okay, so the next thing what I need to know is what my video is about. Okay, so if I do have a travel video, okay, so in that case I will put something regarding travel. Okay, so now here what I'm going to do is I am going to put on some of the things like 10 most amazing facts of 2010. Okay, 10 amazing facts of 2010. So here what I will do is, again, I will just clear my search, and from here what I'm going to do is amazed. I will just type amazed and I will just click on enter, and here you guys can see now I do have all of these photos right over here. Okay, so from here now what I can do is I will just take out this image from here. Okay, so I will just delete one. And now I am going to select this image, go to the edit photo option. Okay, so I'll just click on edit photo and I will just remove the background of my image using the background remover from the Magic Studio. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have my background removed, and now here I will just place it accordingly. Okay, so as you guys can see, I will just place this one accordingly right over here. And what I can also do is I will come here and I will try to apply different filters. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have a lot of filters right over here. Okay, so here also you guys can see I do have different filters, which is just right over here. And before that I will just click Ctrl Z. I will just duplicate a layer. Okay, so using this option I will just come here and I will just duplicate a layer just on top of this one. Okay, so here I do have this image, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to place it just beside. So let's take this one. Okay, so let's go back again. I will just cancel this page out. Let's just select this image for now, and now let's go to the edit photo option. Okay, and after that go to the filters, and now just come down, and here you guys can see I do have the mono, and what I can do is I will be able to place it just underneath this one. Okay, so here you guys can see I can come here and I can just place these things accordingly. Okay, so I will just place this one right over here, and now as you guys can see, this is how it actually looks. Okay, so the next thing what I will be doing is I will come here and now I will just create some boxes around. Okay, so for that I will come here onto the shapes option, and from shapes here you guys can see I do have a lot of shapes right over here. Okay, so what I can do is I can just take any shapes from here. Let's take this one, and what you can do is just select this part and just give this thing a rotation. Okay, so just give this thing a rotation from here. Okay, so I will just come here and now I will just duplicate this layer as well using my alt key. Okay, so I will just duplicate this particular layer here as well, and if I do want to change the color of the box, okay, so I will be able to change the color of the box over here as well. Okay, so now I will just place right over here accordingly, and here, now come and take this one, and what you're going to do is you are going to duplicate this one. Okay, so using the alt, okay, come here and take your alt key, press it, and just duplicate this particular layer here as well. Okay, so now you can just decrease the size or the width from here, and using shift what you can do is select all of this layer and just change the color accordingly. Okay, so I will just put on a white color here, and now I am going to work on with the text. Okay, so for that, now what you need to do is go here onto the text box, and here add a text box and write 10. Okay, so I will just write 10 most, and what I'm going to do is I am going to select this up. I am going to select this text up, go to my text color, and I'm going to make this one a black color, or maybe a dark blue is also fine. Okay, so I am just going to give this one a rotation, okay, according to this one, and now I am going to increase the size. If I do want to change the font, okay, I can also change the font accordingly. Okay, so I will come here and now I will just take this, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this in one line. If you do have to decrease the size, you guys can also decrease the size accordingly, and now you guys can actually put this one, just give this thing a rotation. Okay, so just give this one a rotation right over here, and now you guys can come here, and if you do want to decrease the size of the box, you guys can actually decrease the size of the box from here, and make sure you choose both of this. So using shift, click over here and group both of this thing up. Okay, so now if you do want to increase the size, okay, you guys can come here and you guys will be able to increase the size from here as well. Okay, so come here and just increase the size, and I will just decrease it a bit from this corner. Let me just place it properly, and now what I'm going to do is I am going to ungroup this, and after that select this one individually, and now decrease the size over here and here as well. Okay, let me decrease a bit more, and now what I'm going to do is select this one using your shift, again select this and try to align it properly. Okay, so once you have done aligning, again take another text box, and from here this text box, what you can write is 10 most amazing. Okay, so you can just write amazing over here, and what you can also do is you can just change the font. So double click over here, select this one and just check it out, which type of font are you looking for. Okay, so I will just take this one right over here, and also what I can do is I can just give this thing a rotation, and now select this one and just place it here in between, and yeah, make sure to change the text color as well. Okay, so maybe I will just go with something in red, and now let me just increase the size of this letter. Okay, and I will just give this thing a rotation accordingly. Okay, so I will just give this rotation right over here, and now just select this box. And what you're going to do is you guys can just increase the size of the box from this corner and as well as this corner. Okay, so you guys can come here and just increase the size accordingly. Let's select this box. I'll just select the behind box right over here. If you want to increase the size here on top, you guys can also do that. Let me come here and let me just align it. Okay, so I will just align it properly. 10 amazing facts. Okay, so what I can also do is I can come here and maybe select this box, and using Alt, you guys can just duplicate this one down as well. Okay, facts. And now I will also change the color of my text. Okay, so let's go with something lighter. And now again, I will just decrease the size of my box right over here. And I am going to place it right here in the middle. Okay, so I am going to place this one right here in the middle as well. And let's select that shape which I have down here. And now let me just decrease the size. And now what I can do is I can just add another text box. And now I can just type 2011. And what I can do is I can come here and go to this particular option. And from here, I will just take the font, which I do want to choose. Okay, so let's take this Gulf display. And now I will just change the color as well. Go to text color and make this one as this ash color. Okay, so I'll just select that particular color. And what I can do is I can just increase the text size. And I will just give this one a rotation here as well. Okay, so now I will just place this right over here. If you want to check the alignment here, you guys can also check the alignment. Okay, and here once you are done, now what you can do is you can go to the elements option. Okay, and from the elements option, just go back a little bit. Okay, and from here, what you can do is you can search for YouTube. Okay, and now you guys can just click on enter, and here you guys can see now you do have a lot of options right over here. Okay, so what you can do is you guys can come right over here, and you can just take this subscribe button and you can just put it somewhere here. Okay, so you guys can just put it somewhere over here on this side. And now what you can also do is you guys can actually take this one, and now you guys can also place it accordingly here in one corner. Okay, so come here and just place it right here on top as well. Okay, and now you guys can just place it accordingly, and here you guys can see now this one looks quite better. Okay, you can also give some name. Okay, if you do want to give some name right over here, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can actually name those as well. So what I can also do is I will select this one and also the behind one right over here. Okay, so I will just try to deselect everything. Now I will just select this one and also this icon right over here, and I will try to group it up. Okay, so I will just select this one, and now I will try to place it right over here, and now I will try to select it. So let's here, and now I will select it and also the down part. Okay, so let's select this one and this one, and let's try to group it up. Okay, so I have just grouped this one up as well. If you want me to bring it down a little bit, I will be able to bring it down and increase the size from this side. Okay, so let me just place it right over here, and here you guys can see the alignment. Okay, so here what you can also search is you guys can search for arrows. Okay, so I will just search for arrows and I will click on enter. Okay, so here you guys can see under graphics I do have a different kind of arrows which I can basically use. Okay, so here you guys can just give this one a flip. Okay, so if you want to flip it horizontally, you guys can actually flip it horizontally as well, and now just direct it to this particular part. If you do want to give this thing a rotation, you guys can also give this one a rotation over here. Okay, so once you are done with this particular part, you can also put the YouTube name from here, like your YouTube channel name. So in that case, again, go to the text option, add up text box, and what I can do is @ABC Tech Channel. Okay, so I will just write ABC Tech Channel, and after that I will just come here and I want to make all of this as bold letters. Okay, and now I will come here and I will take the bold option. Okay, so let's try to get this one from here, and now let's make this one a bit bold. And what I can do is, if I do want to increase the size, I can also increase the size from here as well. Okay, otherwise if I do want to put somewhere above here, I can also do that accordingly. Okay, so I will just place it right over here, and now I will just place it here in the middle. And if I do want to increase the size right now, I can actually do that from here. Okay, if you want to move it using your arrow keys, okay, suppose if I will just select this text, and if I just place my arrows here, you guys can see now I am able to move it quite nicely. Okay, so here you guys can see the alignment is fine, each and everything is okay. And here I will just place it a bit right over here. Okay, yeah, the alignment looks good. And this is how you guys can actually create such amazing thumbnails. Okay, and if you want to add anything more, okay, you guys can also add. Just come right over here, and from the graphics option here, you guys can see there are a lot of suggestions as well. Okay, but here I will just type on balloons, and I will just click on enter. And here you guys can see I do have a lot of graphics which I can also use. Okay, so here you guys can come, and what you can do is you guys can just take these graphics and just place it right here. Okay, and if you do want to increase the size a little bit, okay, you guys can actually increase the size a little bit. And what you can do is you guys can go to the layer option. From the layer option here, you guys can just send it backward. Okay, go to layer, send to backward, and again right click, go to layer and send to backward. And this is how it will actually look. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood how you will be able to create a stunning thumbnail for your YouTube channel. So see you all in the next chapter. Okay, and I will just show you how to actually save this file as well. Go to download if you want it in a JPEG format. I will come here and I will save it in a JPEG format. And here this is the size. And here you can also see the quality of the image. Okay, and now I will just click on to download. Okay, so here I do have downloaded my YouTube thumbnail which I had just created, and here this is being downloaded as well. And now I am going to name this one as YouTube thumbnail, and I'm going to save it right over here. So let's go to the desktop. Here is my resource file, and here directly in my resource file. So hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of Canva for social media tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 16, and here I'll be showing you guys by making a YouTube short. Okay, so I'll be showing you guys how you will be able to make a YouTube short over here in Canva. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Canva. So from here, the first thing what I'll do is I will click on create a design, and from here I will search for YouTube Shorts. Okay, and I will just click on enter, and here you guys can see now I also do have the size. Okay, so from here now what I'm going to do is, as I do have this video panel right over here, I am going to go here onto my elements option. Okay, and from the elements option now I will be searching on for some videos. Okay, so in that case I will come down here, and here you guys can see I do have the videos panel option, and now from here I will just search for surfing, and I will just click on enter, and here you guys can see now I do have different videos of surfing right over here. Okay, and what I can also do is I can just select this video and I can just increase the size. Okay, so now I will just increase the size of the frame from here, and again what I'm going to do is I am going to increase the size of the video from this side here as well. Okay, and now I am going to place this thing in the middle. Okay, so let's come here and let's try to place it here in the middle. And if you just want to zoom out here, you guys can basically zoom out as well. Okay, and now if you do want to decrease the size, okay, you guys will be able to decrease the size from here as well. Let's come to this corner, and again let's come here, and what you can do is you can just place this one right over here, and you guys can also double click anytime. And now let's come here at the beginning. Okay, so I will just come here at the beginning, and here you guys can see how it will actually look. Okay, and let's just zoom in again. Okay, so I will just come here and I will just zoom in till here, and what I'm going to do is now I am going to type things over here. Okay, so for that I will just clear this thing out, and I will just take the text box, and from here now what I can do is I will just take a text box. Okay, and here on the text box what I'm going to do is I am going to click on backspace, and now I am going to write oh how. Okay, oh how Hawaii. And what I'm going to do is now I am going to increase the size of the font. Okay, so I will just increase the size of the font from here, and I will just type, also change the text style. Okay, so here let's try to see what are the options available, which all we can use basically from here. Let's go with the Carter one, and here you guys can see I need to just increase the size of my text box, and also I need to decrease the size of my text a bit. Okay, so I will come here, and now again I'll just go back, select the text box itself. Okay, so I will just select the text box and maybe move this text box right over here. Okay, so I will just place it right over here, and I will just come here, and what I can do is I will just decrease the size. Okay, so let me just come here, and what I can do is I can just click on playback, and I can also increase the timing and stuff. Okay, so from here let me just decrease it manually from here. Okay, if I do wanna decrease the time of the video. Okay, so here as you guys can see, now I will just place it here at 8 seconds. Okay, so now again what I'll do is I will add up a new page, and here now I will go onto the elements option. Okay, so from the elements option I will just go back a little bit, and from here I will search for desert. Okay, and now what I can do is I will just come here and click on enter, and here you guys can see I do have many of these desert videos right over here on my screen. Okay, so from here what I can do is I can just select this one, and what I can do is right click over here and set video as background. Okay, so I'll just come here, I will just delete this one, and now here also I will just set the playback speed. Okay, so I will come here, and from here now I will just select all, double click and click on 8 and enter. Okay, so now I do have this video as well for 8 seconds, and I'll select another one right over here, and what I'm going to select is uh, Las Vegas, and I'll just click on enter. And here in the videos, here you guys can see I do have this video. Right click and go to set video as background, and now I do have this video as the background. I'll come here and I'll also make this one as 8 seconds, and I'll just click on enter right over here. And what I can do is now I will just come here and take this text box. Okay, so I will just take this one, I will click on copy, and here I will just come onto this video, and now I'll click on Ctrl V to copy, and come here as well, Ctrl V to copy over here as well. But here I just need to change the color. Okay, so let me just give this one a white color right over here. Okay, and now let's come to this one first, and what I can do is I will just write Namib. Okay, so I will just write Namib desert, and here you guys can see now I do have this one here on my screen. Okay, so as I do have this thing right over here, and now again what I'm going to do is I am going to just place this one a little bit down. Okay, so the same way I will come here and I will just try to place this one a bit down right over here. Okay, so on top of this one I will just come here, and here I will just type Las Vegas, and I will just make all of this as caps. Okay, so I will just click here on uppercase, and here you guys can see now I do have this particular thing right over here as well. If I do want to set it on top a little bit, I can also do that. So let's come here, and what you can do is you can go to the elements option, and from the elements option here you guys can go to the shapes. Okay, so you guys can take this shape, otherwise let's take this one right over here. Okay, so select this, just delete this one. What you can do is you can just place this text box quite properly. Okay, so let's come here and let's place this properly here on the same line. Let's just decrease this one as well, and now let's just increase the size quite like this. Okay, so now I will just place this over here, and I can just give this particular box a different color. Okay, so let's go with a basic white color. Okay, so you guys can use this particular box, and I will come here, let's select the box, and I will just click on Ctrl C to copy. Let's come here, let's click on Ctrl V, and I'll just come here as well, and I'll just click on Ctrl V right over here. And here just the vice versa, I will change the box color. Okay, so I will just come here, let's select the box color as black, and now I am going to put this here on top. And what I'm going to do is now I am going to right click on my mouse. Okay, so I'll just right click on my mouse, go to the layer option, and here I can just click on send to back, and I'll just come here, I will select this layer, right click, go to layer option, and send to back. Okay, so here also you guys can come and you guys will be able to move this one around as well. Okay, so if you just want to select it, you guys can come here and just put those things accordingly. Okay, so I'll just place this one right over here as well. Okay, and yeah, this one looks great. Okay, so now if you want to add any kind of audios, you can come here onto this particular option right over here. Okay, so here I will come to the elements option, and from here I will just directly go down, and here you guys can see I do have different kind of audios right over here. And I can also search, okay, and I can just type motivation, and I can just click on enter, and from here you guys can just take any of this. So let's check all of this out. So I will just put this one right over here. Okay, so I'll just double click, and now I'll just pause this one, and let's just select one of it, and let's just delete it using the delete key. And now I will just extend the size of this song as well. Okay, so I will just play this out. Okay, let's see how it actually looks. So now again, here I will just pause this thing up. Okay, and before that I can also come here. Suppose I will just come right over here. I will just select this layer and also the layer on down. Okay, so I will just come here. I will just select both of it. Okay, and I can just come here. Let's select the outside part. Let's select this one, and let's just group it up. Okay, so the same way I will come here, and now I will just select my first box over here and also this one, and I'll also click on group this one. Come here and select this layer and this layer as well. Okay, so let's come this one and just select this one and click on Ctrl G. Okay, that is the shortcut key of how you will be able to group this. Select this, go to animate, and what you can do is you can just animate those accordingly. Okay, so here you guys can see, if you want to use the tumble option, you guys can also do that from here. Otherwise, if you want a drift, okay, you can also select the drift from here. Okay, and now let's use the pan option over here, and I will just decrease the speed, and I want it to come it from the right side. And after that I will just come here to this video, and again from here I will just select this one, and what I can do is I can just click onto the breathe option. Okay, so I will just decrease the scale from here. Okay, and now I will come to this last video. Okay, and from here again what I'll do is I will just select both of this, and from here now again go to the animate option, and from the animate option what I can do is I can just select the pop. Okay, and I will just decrease the speed from here. Okay, and I will just place it right over here, and lastly I will just add some transition between videos. Okay, so here you guys can see I will just use dissolve over here, and I'll just come right over here, and here you guys can see I will just go with the flow. Okay, so I will just decrease it to 1 second. Okay, and lastly what I'm going to do is I am going to come right here, and if I do have to change anything I will just change it right here as well. Okay, so for that let's go to elements option, and let's search for YouTube, and let's click enter, and here I will just try to take the shorts icon. Okay, so I will just skip here, and what I can do is I will just try to place it here in one side. Okay, so I will just come here, let's click this one, and let's click on Ctrl C, come here and click Ctrl V, and after that come to this video as well, Ctrl V to place it right over here. Okay, so now here you guys can see this YouTube short is ready. Okay, so now if you do want to see a preview, in that case I'll just hold my playhead right over here, and I will just play this thing up. So here you guys can see now this will be the transition right over here. So yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class on how you will be able to make a stunning design, okay, of a short, which is a YouTube short. So yeah, now I'll be just saving up this file. Let's go to the share option. From the share option, let's click on download, and I will just download this video in a MP4 video format. Okay, so here this is getting downloaded. So I hope you guys have understood this class. So hope to see you all. Take care and goodbye.